Yo, what's up, guys? Real Alpha Gamer here on YouTube. We're doing a drama stream today about an incident that happened earlier today, actually, regarding a speedrunner named Cameron Vengens. And this, interestingly, happened the day Crash Bandicoot 4 came out. This guy, Cameron, is a Crash Bandicoot speedrunner. So he got banned the day Crash 4 came out, and I feel like these things are connected. I think this was deliberate, but I think it was deliberate on both what they said and also a more unfair, what's the word? An underlying level. Like, this was malicious in that regard. Hey, Junk, how you doing? Let me tweet this stream out. And put that on YouTube. Put it on Twitter. Yeah, we're going to be going over this today. I don't think there's too much necessarily to go into. It's not that much different than every other case that's happened, but what I want to talk about as well is the implications of this, like, going forward, because this keeps happening and this is a new case, and a lot of these attacks are like, they're malicious attacks. I mean, this was a malicious attack. So that it does feel like these things are getting more extreme. They're like, oh, he did something we don't like. Oh, he was accused of something that's probably bad. Okay, he's banned. He was accused of being a bigot. He's banned, right? And it's like, it's not really about, is the guy doing something wrong in the game? Is he doing something that actually warrants him being removed from the leaderboards? That seems to have been removed from the conversation, and it's been replaced with, do we not like the guy? I mean, really, that's what it comes down to. Do we, as the moderators, not like the guy for whatever reason? Well, you're banned now. It's a social media platform. Yes, Speedrunner.com definitely operates like a social media platform. I said that in my last video. I'm guessing that's why. Yeah, I'm guessing that's where it comes from, where you're saying that from. But yeah, it definitely operates more like a social media platform and not like a functioning leaderboard. I mean, it's just, if it's not already there, a lot of these speedrunner.com pages, I don't even want to call them leaderboards anymore. They're not. I mean, these aren't functioning leaderboards. They are speedrunner.com pages, and a lot of these pages, if they ban somebody for something not related to the game, to me, it's not. It's a social media, and we're getting even more extreme on the this case right here regarding the Crash Bandicoot thing. This one I thought was like extra crazy, because they actually made a rule. If a runner is deemed a threat to the safety of the speedrunning community, they and their runs will be removed. I thought this was pretty shocking, because first of all, did they really just assume our gender? Did they really just do that, guys? All right, I am kidding, but no. Why this is shocking is because this is like completely propaganda. This is propaganda. This is a control. This is just control right here. This is a control tactic. Yo, Drunkle Titus, what's pop, mate? So this is disturbing to me, and this, in my opinion, like 100%, your leaderboard has lost all integrity if this is a rule. So let's go to the actual speedrun page where the guys removed. So this happened today. If you guys are just tuning in, a speedrunner named Cameron Vengens, he was banned from the Crash Discord. I suppose the forum, they say that community. I don't know what that means. I'm assuming that's just a Discord in the forum, but and then not like any kind of event they would host. But they actually removed his time on the leaderboards for this, and yeah, obviously he didn't do anything. Harassment and toxicity was what they said, but I read through this. It's pretty light. Like, okay, I guess I wouldn't even qualify harassment. If you trash talk someone, that's not harassment. If you have a string of trash talking them, or you do it to their face, or you do it to their family members, that's harassment. But if you just say someone's a shithead, or you make fun of them because they like choked or run, that's not harassment. That's what he was doing. So, I wouldn't even qualify anything he did as harassment. Like did he even harass anybody? And we're gonna go to it. We're gonna look at the whole thing. Hey, Delta Strike, more cancel culture? Absolutely. That's pretty much, yeah. It's not even like genuine cancel culture. Like, I don't think most people think this makes any sense. I think most people do this, like Rico. Pretty sure they do for Twitter likes, which I think it's abusive. Like I was saying, I said social justice is abusive, but I think it's in the same regard with this kind of crap right here, this political correctness, like anti-leader. This is abusive. It's just basically, claiming some guy is this terrible person. And then you get like people like Dat Lasse, who's just like, wow, absolute disgust. Using their position and power to get away with this constantly. So if you read his statement, there was one interaction with him and another girl that was consensual. Okay, that's not even close to what, getting away with what constantly. It happened like once or twice. There was not a constant string of whatever they're claiming he did. And then I guess he was using his position of power, but we're going to get into it. The whole thing is just like absolutely mind-blowing. It's just mind-blowing. But, let me find the game. I'm going to have to make a video on this too. So, he primarily, this is from the Crash Insane trilogy. Crash Insane trilogy series. So that's Crash Bandicoot 3 Warped, Crash Bandicoot 2 Cortex CSB, and then Crash 1. So Cameron has third place, and third place. So he's pretty high. He used to have world record too. I think in all these games he used to have world record. So that's important. It's totally for the likes. Yeah, I mean, that's weird to me. I never do anything for likes. Like Titus, I never tweet. Like, I would never tweet out something like that for likes. Or like even for YouTube videos for views. Unless it's like more deliberate, I guess. Like I do tweet out for likes. Like I'll make memes or I'll say like this tweet if you want to win or something. I'm doing that for likes. Like obviously it's just for like attention and like, growth. But I feel like it's a little bit different, especially because I'm basically, defaming somebody. I feel like that's just kind of creepy. And then, I make videos talking about drama. I mean, I do that for views, so I guess I can understand that. But again, am I defaming somebody? Plus, I'm not changing any rules or anything. So, hey, Tory Black, why are all these weird ass people cheating, lobbying in these fringe games? Wait, what do you mean cheating? Nobody's cheating. What do you mean by that? That feeling when you just want to play video games, but you have to deal with cultural Marxism. And like, how did that happen? And then like, what I don't understand is how did it happen in the speedrunning community where in speedrunning you're trying to compete with. I mean, speedrunning is about competing with yourself. It's about improving yourself, right? It's about doing a game faster than you've ever done before. It's about discovery and self-improvement. It's like fundamentally about self-improvement. Well, how did cultural Marxism invade that? Like that doesn't. I can't wait for the day when I get yeeted from the speedrun leaderboards. I actually based on what this guy did, I should not be on Link to Pass leaderboards. Based on this guy and Burglar, I should definitely be banned on the leaderboards. 2 reasons. I hold and or held the Link to Pass world record. I still hold it. I'm in the future though. I have held it, right? Cameron doesn't hold the record, but he used to. Or maybe he was close to somewhere. I don't know the actual politics, but yeah, that's one qualification. If you're terrible at the game, they'll just ignore you. Number 2, yeah, I've done way worse things than this guy. Like that's part of the reason I keep contesting this stuff. Rico's saying he's banned, and I say He was removed from the leaderboards for, quote, general toxicity. And then they're like, well, wait a minute. Wait a minute. What did they say? Well, you forgot about this rule. Actually, hold up. Yeah, they say, I guess you missed the sexual harassment part. I read that. I did not miss anything. There's nothing in there. It's like completely like alien to somebody that's like thinking critically. Did somebody high in the leaderboard get banned? Yeah, the third place runner for the Crash and Insane trilogy got banned for general toxicity and sexual harassment. I don't think there's any examples of this. Just prefacing that. He holds some other world records. Okay, yeah, so, well, and that's actually important to do because in their document, they even suggest. Yeah, to turn a blind eye to remain neutral in a situation like this would be a huge betrayal and disservice to the Crash community. The only person they betrayed is this guy, quite literally. They didn't betray the community by ignoring it. It doesn't make any sense. Oh, where does he say? Where do they say? At some point, they suggest other leaderboards deleted times. Yeah, all of his times from the NST leaderboards will be removed. We recommend that the leaderboard moderators of other games in the Crash series follow suit. This is defamatory. This is why I think that this Pastebin Google Doc, which by the way, this is their evidence. Like, wow, that's incredible. This is defamatory. And it's why I think the attacks against Burglar, the attacks against Caleb Hart, the attacks against Stivity Bobo are defamatory. It's attacks against Dr. Fatbody. It's defamation without the legal case, right? Without the legal jargon, it's defamation. It's just straight up. I think it's incredibly unfair. I think this is an insanely unhealthy, slippery slope, and it's also malicious. This is a malicious attack. Like, this is moderator abuse. There's absolute abuse. So, what did he get banned for? Anything specific, or is it just the usual vague assertions? Yeah, so we'll read the document. I haven't read the whole thing. So the sexual harassment case, which, by the way, this is one of the dumbest things. This is quite possibly one of the stupidest pastebins I've read on sexual harassment. Of course, it's completely anonymous, so like that completely undermines the integrity of it. That's being ignored, but it's completely anonymous, which I don't know how is it being taken so literally if it's anonymous. And then he DM'd a drunk girl while he was drunk. They're both 18 years old or older. A dick pic. A few seconds later, deleted it. That's the only thing he did. Like I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. This is how extremely unhealthy social justice has gone. This is how dangerous political correctness has gone, and how like this person or whoever made this has to be mentally ill. They have to be mentally ill on some level to actually write this garbage. There's no other way you could write this garbage, think it's serious, like think this is the right thing to do, or this makes any sense at all, and then like and it not be a joke. Have I covered Henshin in the League community? He has been using Twitch to flirt with minors and kind of got away with it. When did that happen? That's interesting. Because I actually do think there's a legitimate discussion for actual abuse. I genuinely think there's a legitimate discussion. Hold up. Yeah, I think there's a genuine discussion for legitimate abuse, and you saw the pedophilia from Torp. I mean, that guy is a pedophile. Like, if he legally he's a pedophile, right? 18 or under 18. He just is. It's pretty obvious, right? It's pretty clear. The same with the other speedrunner that I'm not talking about currently, who was 17 and he was sexting a 12-year-old. Like to me, it's like, okay, you broke a law. you broke a law, and morally that's just disturbing. So I think it's a different. I think it's a good discussion there, but yeah, this is not one of those situations where it makes any sense. And I haven't read this whole thing. I'm super down to read it, but on stream if you guys want to, we probably will. But just to summarize parts of it, like, yeah, like at one point he sent me a dick pic. This is the only thing I could find in here that he actually harassed her. He immediately deleted it, but I told him that was not okay. Wait a minute, so he sent you a dick pic. They were both drunk. Apparently. He then immediately deletes it, and that's sexual harassment. That qualifies as sexual harassment. Now he's getting canceled for that. Like, you gotta be kidding me. You just gotta be kidding me. He actually wrote a response to this, but he also lost followers over this. Like, how the fuck did he lose followers over this shit? He lost, like, I think 12 followers. Now, like, let's be clear. I'm not trying to defend this guy. I don't think I would get along with him in person or like if like outside of this if I just met the guy. I highly doubt I would get along with him. He has his pronouns in his bio, so he's probably a cuck. I watched him in his stream. I don't think he's very entertaining. Like I don't think I get along. I'm not trying to defend the guy, you know. And it's possible he did do something really egregious. So I don't want to like paint him up as like he's like a good person that's getting framed. But I don't think he did anything. There's nothing in this that he did. They just banned him. They don't like him. That's why they banned him. Hey, Tifat Monkey. Hold on, let me chat a little bit. Torba's pretty clear, says they made the right call, censored the name. But here it seems, again, to be complete bogus. And Dust Sun, I gave this a lot of thought. I don't think it's the right idea to either anonymize or yeah, I don't think it's the right idea to anonymize times or remove it all on the leaderboards for anybody. I think everybody's times should be up there regardless of who they are, regardless of if they want their times to be up there or not. So I think Speedrunner.com has failed on that completely. And I think most leaderboard moderators are just their head is so far up their ass that they really have no, they don't have a backbone for any of this stuff. So this will never happen, but it's just a dream of mine to have a leaderboard that functions like a leaderboard should. So there's a debate there. I think there's a debate there. I'm all for that, but are times in actual sports getting removed? I've never seen a time in an actual sport get removed. I've never seen that. If anybody, like I don't follow real sports that well, if anybody knows that's happening, feel free or even like make sure to DM me about that and show me cases. Because I think if there was a precedent to do that, like sign me up, but I've never heard of that. I've never seen that. I mean, like, why would you I don't understand a burglar. Anonymous times equals bad. Yeah, this is where I don't understand why you anonymize the times. And part of the reason I don't like it at all is because it is a slippery slope. And there's a lot of gray area. There's no clear, it's not clear, right? So that's why it's a slippery slope, because there's too much gray area. There's no defined boundaries. And so you get this gray area where you have people like Torp, and then you have people like Burglar. Neither like, these are completely opposite. It's the same punishment. And then on top of that, there's no legal case for either one of these people. So it's like, well, what do you do? And then what do you do about people like Rudy Federetti, who allegedly, and I mean, there's like enough evidence to back this up, he killed his girlfriend in himself, right? And it's a murder homicide. He's dead. Should you remove him from the leaderboards? Like, he abused something, this and that. You know, he committed a moral crime and a legal crime. He's dead now. Should you remove him from the leaderboards? Why? Like, what is that accomplishing? What does that accomplish? Even anonymizing the time, what does this accomplish? So I'm against it across the board. I think that if your community has serious issues with predators or like really weird people, I think you should address those issues. Right? I think like covering their names up, anonymizing their times, not addressing the issues, that's just trying to make it look better than it really is. Fix the issues, fix the underlying issues. I don't think simply anonymizing a time, like if you have 3 accused sexual predators, alleged, anonymizing their times on leaderboard is not going to like vindicate the leader, vindicate the community now. I hate this term community. It's probably my least favorite term in speedrunning. I fucking hate that term. It's so unfair, and it's such like evil dogma. You should never believe something on the internet without some actual proof. Lead and toke. Great point. Where is the proof here? Where is the proof of any of this? And I know that they provide a link right here. We're gonna watch this. This, by the way, is some of their proof, which I think this is abusive. Like, I think this is defamatory and abusive, and I think people like will like that one. I think people like, well, see, we don't know if this guy's saying this guy in a sense, this guy for sure, yeah, this guy. All four of these people are being lied to. They're being like straight up lied to, because if they actually took the time to read this, and I'm pretty sure none of them are, if they actually took the time to read this and watch these clips, they would really, and they had an open mind. Keep in mind, everybody that's a social justice warrior has a completely closed off mind. Some of the most closed-minded people on this planet. This is one of their clips, so let's get some context here. Also, if I miss something in the chat, just feel free to retype it. Is there a solution to the problem of obviously fake runs beyond game-specific moderation? Game-specific moderation is what causes this shit. I wish there was more global moderation, actually, Rod, that's a good point. If there was more global moderation, like if Speedrunner.com actually had rules, I think it could function better, and it's part of the reason I think Speedrunner.com does function like a social media website and not like an actual leaderboard, like at all. Okay, if both parties are drunk and can't consent, it's not harassment. Yeah, and she's also over 18, from what I saw. If she was under 18, she would have said that, so I'm pretty sure she was over 18. Like, that's not harassment. That's not even immoral. Like, who gives a shit? Like, actually, who gives a shit? When wonk with kids happens, just report that shit to authorities. Nip that shit in the bud. I agree, Dragon. Absolutely. Absolutely. Orange Bandicoot man bad, yeah, sure. It's like burning books. It's like burning books because we proclaim someone problematic. Absolutely. It's cultural Marxism. It really is. And how did that get involved in speedrunning? I don't know. Like, that's part of the Alpha Gamer project, guys. Let's just be blunt about it, you know. Let's try to fix this shit. Okay, he has some 0-star rate. The Henshin stuff, I'm gonna look into that. It is interesting. Actually, it's important too, because I want to branch out of speedrunning. One of my main goals with Alpha Gaming is to branch out of speedrunning a little bit. Okay, if they aren't addressing the pedophilia, predator, whatever, then they must have something to hide about it. Do you mean for this, or do you mean in general? Problem with an uncensored board is that people just spam it with crap. I think he means just not anonymizing the times. So I will say one thing. Cameron's still on the boards, but he's also, or he used to be a moderator from what I understand. So I think they just haven't gone through with that. They haven't removed his times yet. They did explicitly say we're going to remove his times. So if they backtrack on that, great news. I mean, that's a win for us. Well, it's not a win. It's like less of a loss. It's not a loss either. I mean, it's not like a loss for me if their leaderboard goes to shit. But point is that's good if they backtrack, but it's not, you know, it's not perfect. But yeah, they did explicitly say like 3 times we're gonna remove his leaderboard times. So this came out an hour ago. I think that's why they just haven't came out with it yet. Yeah, maybe there's something in here that'll convince you. I mean, I'm kind of the same way, Leadin. We haven't read the whole thing, so we're going to read it and figure it out. Okay, I did some quick research and found a list of professional sports people convicted of crimes. One guy's got 18 years for manslaughter, and his stats are still on a website. And I don't think that's unreasonable at all. I mean, why remove the stats? What benefit is that? What does that serve? Like, what function does it serve? I don't understand why you would do that. I need to explain to a lot of people what cultural Marxism actually is. Most people hear it. Sure, I guess one issue is, yeah, can we get some dabs, guys? I guess one issue with cultural Marxism is I'm not actually that involved with politics. I don't know much about politics, so someone else might be better suited to that. But from what I understand, and actually I'm much better at talking about gameplay in general and gameplay theory and natural gameplay. And one thing I talk about a lot for that is like it's output-based mechanics. It's ego. It's trying to create a result. It's trying to get to a result without actually creating the fundamental origins of that result. That's what ego is. That's what output-based gameplay is. That's what output-based behavior is. So that's what cultural Marxism is trying to achieve. They're trying to achieve social justice, right? They're trying to achieve equality of outcome. And so what happens is, how do they do that? And one thing they'll do, and that's literally what output-based behaviors are. So to me, that's like to me, it's like, well, this is really freaky. And anything that is output-based like that socially, I think is Marxism. I think it's all the same thing. So, you know, it's going to have a different costume on, but it's the same thing. Okay, yeah. So let's give this some context. We're going to elaborate on some more public instances of Cameron being toxic in either his presentation of himself or in the way he speaks to and about other members in the community. Again, we will go into as much detail as we can while also respecting the wishes of the individuals who have been involved. This is another point I think is bullshit. You can't just say somebody did something and then stay completely anonymous and provide no evidence. Even like the constitutionally in America, you can't, if you're accused of something, you actually have a right to know who's accusing you. Like somebody can't anonymously accuse you of rape, even with a story and evidence. Like they can't anonymously accuse you. They have to you actually know who's accusing you. So, yeah, okay, it's not a legal thing, but morally, I think that makes a lot of sense. And this idea in the speedrunning community, and you see this in the Smash community too. Well, wait a minute. If somebody's a victim or if somebody's accusing someone else, they're allowed to remain totally anonymous. You get your, the plunger up your ass. How's that fair? I don't think that's really fair at all. Do people actually enjoy putting these bullshit documents together? Yes, I think they do. I think people do this for attention. Michael Vick ran a high-stakes dogfighting ring, and his stats are still on NFL.com. What? I don't get it, guys. I don't get, why is this a thing? What does it accomplish if you anonymize somebody on the leaderboards outside of being jealous? The new rules in speedrunning: literally never talk to a woman. Okay, this is the new rules in speedrunning. If she's a girl, she's either transgender or she's gonna Me Too you in 5 years. So just don't talk to her at all. Those are the new rules in speedrunning. Okay, the above clip occurred shortly after another crash runner, Potty, achieved a time of 39.59 in any percent, which at the time was a huge milestone. The clip shows Cam being unnecessarily angry over a mistake and then claiming he will keep the run because 39 is, quote, fucking free. All right, guys, let's watch general toxicity in action. Is this loud enough? Can you guys hear this? No, you can't.
That would make sense. Literally didn't do anything wrong. Except maybe I needed to hold right slightly more. I'm keeping it, because apparently 39's fucking free. So...
Wow, guys! What the fuck? You got banned on a leaderboard because of that? And don't tell me that there's other bullshit. They put this in their fucking pastement for why they banned him. What the fuck? You have to be fucking kidding me, dude. I am mind blown right now, dude. I am mind fucking blown right now, dude. Wow, he said apparently I thought it's free. Banned, dude. Banned on leaderboards because the people you're dealing with are fucking mentally ill, dude. You gotta be kidding me, dude. You gotta be fucking kidding me, dude. Like, I'm aware that there's other stuff that they're just randomly accusing him of. They actually said that he's banned in the leaderboards, and this is one of their reasons. This is one of their fucking reasons, dude. I'm actually so malding right now. I am so fucking malding around the more I talk about this. What the actual fuck, dude? That's not serious. This has to be a joke. What was the infringement? Sexual harassment and general toxicity. we just watched some serious general toxicity. I just can't believe this is actually just bullshit, dude. This is actually just, I just can't believe it. I can't believe this. I'm in shock right now. I'm genuinely in shock. I'm in fucking shock right now, guys. What? This is one of the things. Cam did, according to Baseband, to the G-Doc. Let's put in quotes, guys. You're not supposed to have two. Whatever, do you think yours? Okay, the clip. Yeah, this is one of the things. Is this really How does someone deserve to get banned from a leaderboard for this? And again, if the people who will say, well, wait a minute, he got banned for harassment. No, they banned him. They made a document, and they put this in there, which means that he got banned for this. This is one of the reasons that he got banned. If this had nothing to do with why he got banned, why would it be in here? There's got to be something worse than that. Yeah. Yes. Well, and I'm sure there is, because this is. I mean, you have to add context to this. If there is no context here, who cares? You have to actually insert context to this to make this even potentially bad. I still don't think it's bad with the worst possible context. Wow, he doesn't like another runner, or he's being overly competitive. When was that a crime? What, guys, wasn't Michael Jordan ridiculously toxic? Doesn't anybody, like, have anybody heard this? Okay, yeah, I think we found it. I think it's good enough. I mean, you can see the cover, the highlight right here. Yeah, 27 examples of Michael Jordan's extreme competitiveness. Basically, one of the best athletes ever, just ever in anything. One of the best athletes, maybe the best. Incredibly toxic because he was hyper competitive. So wait, a guy who's competing for a higher position on a speedrun leaderboard is competitive, and he gets frustrated because he made a mistake in the game, and we're banning him on a leaderboard for that? You have to be fucking insane. Like, this can't be serious. I mean, this just can't be real. This just can't be real. I'm mind blown. Who's canceled? Hey, Dr. Fat Body. Okay, so a guy named Cameron Vengens, who is a Crash Bandicoot speedrunner, got banned from the Crash Insane trilogy for sexual harassment and general toxicity. One of the toxic attitudes he shared, and I'll just post this in the chat if you're curious, was him being frustrated by a mistake. Wow, like, okay, literally, give me a fucking break. Okay. Several months ago, Murkaz was told by a former NST speedrunner, who will remain anonymous. And again, I think this is kind of this whole issue where it's like, everybody's anonymous. There's no discussion. You don't get a defense. You're just banned. Like, how is that fair? How is that fair, dude? Okay. One of the reasons they quit running the game was because of the way Cameron treated them. So an anonymous guy claimed that Cameron bullied them into quitting the game. Except there's no evidence of this whatsoever. The guy's anonymous, and I don't think the guy quit the game because of Cameron's toxicity and hyper competitiveness. I think he quit the game because he's losing interest in it. In reality, right? If there's any actual evidence of Cameron deliberately or specifically bullying him, I still would not ban him on the leaderboards. That doesn't make any sense. But maybe ban him from the Discord. You at least have a case against the guy. This isn't a case. This is nothing. And actually, I'm pretty sure the guy even apologized. I'm pretty sure Cameron himself actually apologized for that, like the day after it happened. Oh, hold up. No, wait a minute. Okay, I love and respect Potty. He's an amazing speedrunner. He deserves all the success in the world. I DM'd him shortly after apologizing for this, as well as congratulated him. Okay, so, hold up. It wasn't for the guy quitting. It was for this clip. This toxic clip, apparently, the guy who did it, where he made a mistake, it's not toxic at all. He actually apologized to the guy, congratulated him, and then they became friends. Why is that not in there? I mean, why is this being ignored? How are you banned a guy in the leaderboards because he got frustrated when he made a mistake. Then he apologized to the guy directly, and they moved on. He got banned for that? I mean, that's abuse. Like, this is moderator abuse. Yeah, they're not even anonymizing the times. They're just removing the times strats. I just find this insane, dude. Is it legal to take all the videos hosted on SRC and post them to another site? No, you can embedding a video from YouTube or anywhere else is totally okay. You can pretty much embed any kind of video anywhere to anywhere else. There's no issues at all. So what is illegal is re-uploading the video. And I think it's not technically illegal. I think it's called... I think it's just like, it's just looked down on. There's another word for it. Yeah, I think it's called a tort, a civil tort. I don't actually think it's necessarily illegal. It's the same with defamation. I looked this up a few days ago. Defamation is not technically a crime. It's something. It's called a tort. So I'm not sure the legality of, the technical legality of that. But yeah, uploading someone's video is a problem, right? But just embedding somebody's video is fine. You can literally just clone SRC. So I don't know the copyright rules of just cloning a website. I mean, why not? But I mean, I'm sure you could just take SRC, clone it, and then change some branding things. Or if any of the like logos or icons are trademarked or copyrighted, don't steal that. But you could do everything else. Torts mean you don't face jail time, but financial punishments. So I'm guessing that copyright infringement would be under that. That's how I feel. That's how it seems to me. Yeah. So yeah. A Crash Bandicoot runner was banned for general toxicity and I'll just post this in the chat. It comes from this tweet right here, so I'll post this tweet in the chat too. Don't brigade the guy's Twitter. That's not what we're looking for. But if you just want context, I'm not trying to brigade anybody, guys. I'm actually not. I know I'm sound like a joke, but I'm actually not. And we got some notifications. Let's see if we got anything interesting. It looks like some people agree with me, which is good to hear. This guy doesn't even follow me, so it looks like he's being rational, which is nice. Okay. And we're gonna get to the sexual harassment part later because I know this is their the most serious topic, and it's the one they want to address first. But I want to go through them, bottom up, because the general toxicity stuff. Okay, I can't imagine you're banned from a speedrun leaderboard for general toxicity, which doesn't make any sense. It's not even against the rules, and then you're not even really being toxic, so. I think this is just stupid. Yeah, it's not even against the rules. They do have rules, actually. Click view rules. Check this out, guys. Game rules. If a runner is deemed a threat to the safety of the speedrunning community, they and their runs will be removed entirely. So that's why they justified banning this guy because he was deemed a threat to the safety of the speedrunning community. And I don't just say that. No, I actually asked them, and then they specifically told me this. And I say, how is he deemed a threat to the safety of the people? So they are claiming that he actually was deemed a threat. That's why they banned him. I don't know how he was deemed a threat. Nothing he's done so far is threatening. He never threatened anybody. I don't even know how this is a rule. Like, how is this a rule? I do think it's a different conversation if somebody is a pedo or, you know, something around those lines, or like, you know, is doing something that is highly illegal or problematic for getting them off SRC as a website. I think it's a real conversation there. But specifically a leaderboard for something that's not that, I don't understand. What rank? He was in 3rd place in the main 3 games. I think he's held world record in the past. So 4 months ago, somebody beat him, and then 1 week ago, somebody beat him. So I'm guessing he actually held world record at some point, or at least he was high up. Maybe he didn't hold world record, but he was at least high up. Yeah, Tory Black. There's a lot of mental illness in speedrunning, unfortunately. I think actually maybe there's a lot of mental illness in Twitter, social justice, and political correctness groups, and those people have invaded speedrunning. Maybe that's what really happened. I'm not really sure, but clearly on speedrunner.com there is a high amount of mental illness. So. Okay. Anyway, Cameron has also shown annoyance with how other world record contenders play the game by harshly criticizing and or shaming them. A notable instance of this occurred recently in a personal Discord server. Okay, guys. So, let's get the facts out there. It wasn't the Crash Discord. It was a personal Discord. Number 2, from what I understand, this is another reason they banned him. It doesn't break the rules. And we're going to read the screenshots. I don't even really know he did anything. Okay, so the first one, he says, he's literally walking in, digging it. And this guy says, better than what we do. And he says, I'm out. I don't know. You probably have like 3 to 4 in a night fight. You suck at that level. Cam, we are talking about another player here. He said he sucks at it too. No strats, grind monkey till world record. Glitch every jump. Glitch high every jump. Why is he at world record pace, bro? He literally does nothing optimally whatsoever. Does nothing optimal, still beats us. Still on pace to beating times you guys grinded for. Because the times aren't good, it's not hard to beat Lamau. I just care about going fast as possible. He cares about world record, that's the difference. He sucks ass at everything past world 3. Okay, guys, again, this is another thing that I can't imagine you actually got banned for this. Let alone reprimanded in any possible way. This is like light trash talk. I mean, this is trash talk. It's light trash talk. What do you guys think? Do you guys think this is this is worth banning somebody for? I'm not gonna lie. I've seen social media companies for really, really like PC esports, like their social media Twitters, trash talk worse than us. Like have actual more offensive trash talk than this. This isn't even extreme trash talk. Like this is low level trash talk. It can't. This is probably less abusive than his fucking clip where he gets mad about making a mistake. Yeah, this isn't even, I mean, this is hardly even trash talk. I'm trying to find a clip of these social media companies like making fun of each other. They always do this. So, just trying to find a Twitter example. Hold up. Literally, this is like mainstream esports. You guys know League of Legends, like the most popular esports of all time? The biggest esport ever? Still 10 years straight? Fortnite was bigger in its heyday, but nobody cares about Fortnite anymore. Plus, the esport sucks. This guy is a professional player for Cloud9. Says F for FlyQuest, making fun of the other team. Cloud9 says his actual organization says, "What group are you in again?" And then the mid laner, so he's the mid laner for this team. He said G2 Esports CM is better than you, and he says mid is better than you. Now keep in mind, this is a player in his actual like his team, but the teams do this to each other all the time. The teams are always trash talking each other, and it's like this is in. I know it's for fun, you know. How is this particularly different than a guy just saying some stupid shit on a personal Discord? Well, it's not much different, even if the tone is technically in a joking manner. Why is everyone banned from speedrunning? It's because of mental illness. Mental illness has invaded the speedrunning leaderboards. And right now, if you do something that's considered generally toxic, you get banned on the leaderboards. How are chats from a private Discord proof for their official leaderboards? That's another question mark. It makes very little to no sense at all. I think Big Boy Poop, I mean, League of Legends has a lot of problems, and Riot Games has a lot of problems. But I think because there's money involved, the problems are different. Honestly, there's a lot of problems. Like, I don't, there's not, it's not that there's no problems. There's a lot of problems, but the problems are different. And one of the problems that they don't really have as much is people who are competitive and who are trying to win are not punished for this, right? I've rarely ever or never seen a competitive player in the scene with money that's punished for being competitive or trying to win. I've never seen that. So in speedrunning, because there's no money, if you are competitive, you get punished considerably, or at least if you go against the grain. But a lot of people who are competitive get frustrated, or they get flustered, or they get mad, or they actually care about winning, right? They actually want to win, and so they're going to prioritize that over relationships, or over these really fake friendships these people have on Twitch. So you're actually punished for that in speedrunning. You're not rewarded for that at all. There's no money. I think if there's money, there would be other problems. But one of these problems that I think we alleviated is like basically these people they don't like the guy because he's competitive. He wants to win. He's competitive. I mean, he's not being nice, clearly. Like I've never said this stuff in my life, but he is he's being punished for that. I mean, keep in mind, the guy wasn't irrelevant on the game. Burglar wasn't irrelevant. Caleb Hart's, he used to be relevant in the game, and he's relevant on Twitch. Dr. Fatbody was relevant in Sonic. And who else is banned on these leaderboards, like, unfairly? All of these guys are relevant. They're all relevant. That's like a consistent theme. So, technically, Blaze Flozard was not relevant, and One Up Girl Zeltis was not relevant. But I think that's more just like, they just lumped that into Stiv. Oh yeah, Stiv is another guy. I mean, he had world record. There's no way to kick a supermod. I don't know. Yeah, I'm gonna write another complaint. Actually, I think just write a general complaint to the Speedrunner.com staff, like DM all of them, and just write a general complaint because I wrote a previous complaint on the forums and it was ignored. Yeah, I wrote this thing on the forums. 15 people like this. It's a legitimate complaint. It's just completely ignored. So I don't know what to do about that. I don't really know. Well, okay. I guess I'll just write another, like DM them particularly. I even tagged them on Twitter. So I'm not really sure. I will go over these requests in a few hours. Well, okay, that's good. But how do you address that? Plus, he never actually tagged me. So that's not helping me out. I mean, it doesn't help my case out, I would say. Like, yeah, I'm kind of curious about this. Kind of clear mod abuse. Ignored. Well, that's weird. I'm gonna write a complaint, I think, about a lot of these other leaderboards, because to me it's mod abuse. I think there's like a lot of bogus and nonsense rules that don't represent speedrunning, and they don't represent leaderboards. And I think we should criticize the moderators on speedrunner.com, and I mean like the staff. Like we should criticize the super mods, the head mods, the content mods, whatever, the staff basically. Criticize Pack as well. Just criticize them as much as we can, because what is going to force them to do is address this issue, and then they're going to have to take a stance. And if they take the stance that the leaderboards can do whatever they want, then we have proof that Speedrunner.com does not operate or function as a leaderboard. They don't prioritize leaderboards. If they actually say, hey, you know what, we'll get their times back on the leaderboards, okay, well, that's great too. But right now, the leaderboards don't function as leaderboards. I think we should criticize and attack the staff for this, because they own the website, and then force them to take a position. I think that's what we have to do, personally. What's Pack's opinion? I have no idea. I think we should get their opinion. Headfield gave me tons of alleged reasons why it should be banned from the X Discord, but it never got banned from the leaderboards. My times are not competitive. Is that a coincidence? Yeah, Crisco, I'm gonna submit a leaderboard time to the MMX Discord, or MMX leaderboards, and we'll see if they ban me or not. I don't think I'm gonna be banned, but it just really raises a question, because I've done stuff that's way worse than Burglar. Like, I mean, there's actual tweets of me with saying the N-word. That's a lot worse than what Burglar said, right? I mean, in my opinion, who cares? But in their rules, it's a lot worse. So it's like, I think I should be banned from the leaderboards, no question. Like, I don't know why he's not banned, or he's banned and I'm not. But so I think I should be banned. So if they don't ban me, I'm gonna, you know. Anyway, conclusion. Yeah, I mean, this is literally their evidence. Like, we looked at the general toxicity. It's some of the worst, dumbest bullshit I've ever seen in my life. And then they just come to the conclusion, and then the conclusion is longer than the evidence. Yeah, can you believe that, guys? The conclusion is longer than the actual evidence that they presented. That doesn't make any sense. I'll get banned once they see this tweets. I'm not trying to get banned from the Link to Pass leaderboards, but based on these rules and this slippery slope, I should be banned from the Link to Pass leaderboards. 100% chance. I mean, this is the second situation I've seen a guy get banned from the leaderboards for like harmless stuff. It's the fifth situation I've seen a guy get banned from the leaderboards for harmless stuff or accusations. And I think there's other. I'll show you guys my list. Yeah, this is my list of people banned from leaderboards without actually doing anything. So Fat Body we've talked about, One Up Girls Altus, Stiv and Blaze Flowzone. Caleb Hart and Burglar we talked about a lot. So Goose and Arami, I don't actually know this story about this. I think Arami was removed and then later reinstated. I think Goose, question mark, I don't really know what's going on there. Javi, Visciv, and Gino Kirby were all removed. I don't know why. Yellow Torpedo, he was removed in Bionicle. So there was a battle for Bikini Bottom Runner that was removed 2 years ago, actually, in 2018. No idea what happened there. And then Cameron Venges, he was just removed. So, yeah, I definitely think this is a slippery slope. Definitely. Hey, Adam. How you doing? Hey, it's turned up, dude, Ron. I think the dude should be banned for the dick pic, but the rest of the stuff is fucking dumb. Really, you think he should be banned on the leaderboards for sending a dick pic, like consensually? I'm gonna say consensually, based on the context. Like, I don't think that you should be banned for that. I don't think that makes any sense. On a leaderboard? Now, like, if they had banned him from the Discord, while I think it's stupid and I won't agree with it, I'm gonna defend their right to ban the guy from the Discord, or I at least would support that. Like, I don't care. She didn't ask for it. So apparently they were both drunk. They had been hanging out for more than a day. I mean, they knew each other on some level. She's over the age of 18, from what I understand. He immediately deleted it after he sent it. Like, based on the context, I don't even think that's immoral. And then even if you want to argue that it's immoral, which, like, okay, like I'll meet you halfway there. Why would he be banned on a leaderboard for that? Like, you're going to ban somebody on a leaderboard for that? That doesn't make any sense. Yeah, nothing he did was illegal there. Or maybe it was like jaywalking illegal, but I mean, nothing he did. There's absolutely no like case for anything there. It's totally harmless. And we'll go over that. DQ, we'll go over that. Like, I haven't read the entire pastebin of sexual harassment. That's their real case. So we're gonna go over that. We're going over the whole thing. But I don't even if I wanted to play devil advocate and say that he did sexually harass the girl and he is a malicious person and he's going to do this again, I still don't think you would ban him from the leaderboards. It just doesn't make any sense to me. These things are completely unrelated to speedrunning, to the leaderboards, right? And if anything, I think what you should do is make the leaderboards less relevant, like devalue the leaderboards. I think that's the real solution there. It's not to try and like alter the leaderboards. Emulation is illegal, but emulator runs still exist. It's a good point, Grass Emblem. I mean, anybody that wants to argue the legal aspect, well, why are the emulator runs allowed on the leaderboard? So I heard emulation's not illegal. I heard if you have a ROM, or if you buy a game and then actually upload that game's ROM to the internet and then specifically play that game's ROM that you legally purchased, it is legal. I've heard that's illegal. No one's gonna do that though. That's ridiculous. But not to the internet, but to your computer. But yeah, I mean, playing an emulated game basically is illegal. So why is that on the leaderboards? Like, if you want to play a legality argument here, which I really hope somebody brings it up. It's a very good point. Well, Big Boy Poop, from what I understand, that's a misnomer. If you buy a physical copy of the game and then you download it, and then you download a ROM, it's still illegal. The only thing that's legal is if you specifically upload your ROM. If you specifically upload your ROM to your computer, that's legal. But if you, and I don't know the technical details, that's just what I've heard, but yeah, if you buy a game and then download a ROM, it's still illegal. Like, it's not legal to do that. Like, if you bought something from the store, returned it, then stole it, and then returned it, well, no, wait a minute. Like, you see what I'm saying? If you bought an item from the store, left it in the store, and then stole it from the store later, that's still illegal. That's still theft. They probably ban people to save face. Imagine a leaderboard full of serial killers. Yeah, there's two reasons for this. I think it's a terrible argument. I've seen people make this argument. That's not the majority of any leaderboard, so that doesn't make any sense. And then number two, they're doing this to save face. Like, they're doing this to protect their own egos. They're not doing this for any kind of integrity at all. Well, Big Boy Poop. I don't want to get into it because it's irrelevant, right? It's completely like. Even if it is, let's assume people are maliciously downloading ROMs and they're maliciously stealing these ROMs and speedrunning with it. I don't think it's really justifiable to ban those runs from the leaderboard. I will say I don't like emulators. If you banned all emulators from all leaderboards, I'm not gonna say I'm unhappy with that. To be quite honest, like I would vote for that in an election, but yeah, it's not even close to this isn't even close to being on the table at all. Yeah, I'm not big on emulator. I've played an emulator, I run an emulator, it's fun. For speedrunning, I'm not big on it. So the conclusion is that toxic behavior in general is never okay. That's not true at all. I don't think that's true at all. This needs to be established somewhere. This is propaganda. I mean, this is just objectively propaganda. I think you need to define toxic behavior. You need to, you need to actually prove that this is toxic under your definition. You need an agreed on definition that's fair. None of one of those exists at all. And then you somehow have to establish that is, in general, is never okay, which I think maybe there's not a good reason to do a lot of times, but sometimes if you're toxic to someone, it is okay. Like let's say you're trying to win a championship and millions or even billions of dollars is on the line, and you get toxic because you want to win. I think it's actually okay, right? Like, I think it is okay. Like, let's say you're on a team, like even if it's for like just what, like League of Legends World Championship. I've been watching the League of Legends World Championship a lot. Let's say there's a team of players, and 4 of the players are doing great, and one of the players is slacking. He's being he's not pulling his part of the bargain, and this team can win the tournament. And this 5th player is kind of failing, and he's being lazy. It's changeable stuff, and so his teammates start to tell him to change things, or they're gonna and they start to get toxic because they're frustrated. Maybe there's a better way for them to say that, but I think within the context, it's actually okay to be toxic to the guy, because the losing this tournament matters a lot more than this guy's short-term feelings, and it matters a lot more than like his changing his play is much more important than not being toxic. Like I don't understand why. So I think it is okay in a lot of situations. So yeah, I think this is just blatant propaganda. Like I don't agree with this at all. I think this is completely unfair to the guy. Anyway, they say, however, the sexual harassment situation is completely inexcusable. And we're going to go into that. Okay, that by itself demands immediate action. I don't agree with that at all. That's not even close to true. This is again, it's just propaganda. And if it does deserve immediate action, it's not by these people. Like if he's actually sexually harassing somebody, that should go to the police, right? That should either be handled by the people involved, or should go to the police. But he's not sexually harassing people. They're just making this shit up. It smells like the Crystal situation. A bunch of moderators socializing rather than playing, enabling shady shit and abusing their power. They're definitely abusing their power. But they're not. It's different than the Crystal situation, where with Crystal, what was happening is they were enabling Crystal to cheat. So in this situation, they're abusing their situation, but they're preventing somebody from playing fairly due to that abuse. So I guess it's similar, but it's like the reverse. It's a flip. It's flipped. Okay. The other situations of general hostility and aggression to other community members are less severe, but simply added pile. This is another thing I think needs to be fixed here. If you're not specifically being banned for this, like they made a document saying that we're banning him for these things, they have to lump every reason why they're banning him. So they said what they banned him for these things, and then right here they say these other things, which they're not general hostility and aggression. That's just propaganda. Now they're saying, well, we didn't ban him for that, but they added a pile of red flags, which I think is another question mark, because they're not even banning him for anything. They're banning him because of a pile of, in their words, red flags. Like they're not even banning. What did they ban this guy for? Red flags? That's not. He didn't do it. He literally is guilty. Guilty until proven innocent. That's what's happening here. It almost seems to me that once one or two communities begin removing people, other communities wanted to remove people too. Yes, absolutely. It's a slippery slope. Literally, it's not a fallacy. It's literally a slippery slope. That is one of the worst arguments I've seen from liberals, is that they argue that the slippery slope fallacy, and therefore what we're doing is not a slippery slope, and we need action. The Sonic speedrunning community, when they banned Dr. Fatbody, they use this argument. They say, well, people will claim it's a slippery slope, and they're like, no, it's not a slippery slope. This is a slippery slope, though. This is the whole problem with the slippery slope. It's not a fallacy in the situation. It's literally what's happening. One person gets banned because of a rumor. Another person gets banned because of a rumor. I mean, it's ridiculous, right? More drama. Another guy got banned on the leaderboards when he definitely didn't do anything. Now, I will say, maybe he did do something, because I haven't read this entire thing, and maybe he did something that's not in here. I'm just going to say that it's a disclaimer to save face. That should be clearly documented. It should be clearly outlined, and it should be this document should be specifically about that. It doesn't exist. And we're going to go to the sexual harassment thing, because I read this paste bin. There's something in here from what I read. I haven't read the entire thing because it's pretty long. It's very like wordy. It's very verbose. There's not a lot of good words in there, right? It's a lot of like, he did this. I remember I was like 15. I was very young. I was very happy, and you know, I was new to life. I was very impressionable, and I was just getting used to things. And I joined the speedrunning community because I liked it. It's like, well, wait a minute, throw that out there. Like, who cares about that, right? Like, get what specifically happened? Okay. As a community, our number one priority is the safety and well-being of its members. This is another gigantic propaganda tool. It's not the number one priority. A leaderboard's number one priority is tracking times. So this is not true. And this is where I hate this word community, and I think you're seeing moderation abuse or like leaderboard abuse, because they're conflating these two things, this community, which, like, I'm not even a part of the Link to Pass community, right? I'm as removed from the Link to Pass community as guys who have no idea that it even exists. So if the Link to Pass community decides that I should be banned from the Link to Pass leaderboards, like, well, I'm not a part of the community, right? So that's like, it doesn't make any sense to me. I have to call it incremental changes. Staircasing, yeah, staircasing changes. Actually, Goose, that reminds me, did you get banned from any leaderboard? Because on my list of people banned or removed from leaderboards, you're on the list, but I don't know the story behind that. In fact, I don't even know if you were banned. It's more of a question mark. So was there a specific, like, did you specifically get banned from a leaderboard and then reinstated or something? It's actually the same with Orami. And I know you tried to actually get Orami removed from a leaderboard for this. So if you feel comfortable, just giving me the short of it, I appreciate it. I've not been banned from any leaderboard, but I've banned from one system at times. Yeah, okay, interesting. Okay, I'll remove you from this list then. I heard Orami was removed from the elite and then later reinstated. So I'm gonna keep him on there, but we'll put an asterisk for now. The rest of these I've actually either confirmed or are like really obvious. But yeah, I think it's 11 people at this point. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12. 12 speedrunners I've seen removed from speedrunner.com or a leaderboard. Actually, let's say speedrunner.com for stuff entirely unrelated to speedrunning. Oh, okay. Orami was never reinstated. Okay, interesting. Yeah, we're going to Worcester as well in the OT. What is OT? Worcester was never removed from a leaderboard, was he? I don't believe that. Are you sure? You can't. Are you real? Are you real? Because did you know that he was basically innocent? I mean, if you read his like response document, he was pretty much innocent. Wow, are you serious, dude? What the fuck? Are you serious? I watched a guy play that. What is his name? I watched Lost Core. I watched him play that game. Yeah, he's named Silverstar. Okay, Ophelia. I can't. Are you serious, dude? What the fuck? Why? I mean, this is why this is it's outrageous, dude. Wait, he just got removed? Hey, Goodle Shoes. Yeah, wow, what the fuck, dude? This is why I think this is abusive and it's ridiculous. Like, why? Why did he get removed? Was there a public statement about this? Was there actually something that he did specifically? Because from what I understand, Worcester was completely innocent. So he just got banned for innocence? What, are you serious? I'm actually mind-blown. What's his name? Worcester Loeb? I think did he block me on Twitter? No. There's no way. He banned me in his chat. Was banned from the I can't. Is this actually real? Like, I'm gonna look it up. Worcester Octo Path Traveler. Why make their times anonymous? What's the point? Yeah, I don't know. What is the benefit of that? That's why I couldn't find his affiliate run. I wanted to check on how much faster those times have gone, and I wanted to check Worcester's time. Yeah, what is the point of this? What is the point of removing someone's time? Worcester is completely innocent, and he... I mean, this is moderation abuse, just flat out. I think we need to contact. Honestly, we need to contact Speedrunner.com. We really need to contact the Speedrunner.com staff because there's no reason that this time should be anonymized. I just am shocked, and there's no video either. Like, the video exists online. I mean, there's definitely a video of it. I mean, there's tons of videos of it. Wow. I like new stuff every day, dude. Well, removing the time is removing the video is even worse than removing the time because somebody got a 56.23. No. Yeah, removing the video I would say is even worse than removing the time or the name because it's like there's no reference for it. You can't even watch it. Like, what if there's better strategies or something? So, it's not even. Yeah. Also, what is the point exactly of anonymizing the name and time? Like, I don't understand what the function of that is. So, but let's go back to the point. Is our number one priority is the safety and well-being of the members. That's not true at all. That's completely wrong. The number one priority of a leaderboard is to track the times. It's to track times for a leaderboard. That's the number one priority. So, and even in a Discord even in a speedrunning Discord, it's still not. No, the number one priority of any speedrunning community is not the safety and well-being of the members. That's also not true. The number one priority of, like, let's say the Final Fantasy VIII speedrunning community, it's the speedrun Final Fantasy VIII. It's not the fucking. It's not. You're not a fucking police. Okay, this isn't a fucking like fucking whatever you call it. I don't know. It's just mind blowing. I mean, they're criminalizing people for stuff they're not even doing. People aren't even doing stuff. Like Worcester is pretty innocent. He went through everything that was accused of him, and he's like, this didn't happen. Here's proof for it. This is bullshit. This is vague. This is anonymous. Like nothing happened. Plus, this spliced run, then they get canceled. Well, no. I mean, usually if you make a fake run, you're not even removed from the leaderboard. You're just fine. They're fine. Like, it's not an issue. I've never felt like anyone's number one priority was my safety and well-being. That's true too, and it's not. I mean, it shouldn't be. I'm in the same boat, Crisco. I can't tell you how many times in a league of the past I was bullied, I was harassed, I was criticized unfairly. I was accused of cheating. I mean, still to this day, I can't tell you how many times. I've been doxxed. I've been slandered more than once. I've been just so many things, and that's not a priority of any speedrunning community. But like, let's say, my point is that it's not a priority, right? Even maybe that's somewhere. Is it even somewhere in your list? Like the priority of a speedrunning community, I would think, is to speedrun the game. The priority of a speedrun leaderboard is to track the speedrun times. It's not safety and well-being. Like, what's the number one priority of most things? It's not the safety and well-being of the members. I think of like police is the safety and well-being of the community, right? That's for police. That's not a speedrunning community. No, that's ridiculous. Ridiculous. Completely ridiculous. Yeah, that's what I was trying to say, Crisco. Yeah, most speedrun communities, I'm really strongly willing to bet that Cameron Vengenz's the Crash Bandicoot speedrunning community does not give a shit about the safety and well-being of most of the people that they don't like. I do not believe that at all. Okay, in light of the allegations that came across several gaming communities during the summer. We resolved that anybody who is deemed a threat to the safety of the community would be removed from it. So, but he was never deemed a threat, so he shouldn't be removed from it. There are no exceptions to this rule. This is insane. This, in my opinion, is absolutely insane. I mean, this is not a leaderboard. We got to go back to Crash Bandicoot. Here we go. Yeah, this is not a leaderboard anymore. This ceases to be a leaderboard as of whenever they remove Cameron's time. Cameron's actions are unacceptable. That's not true. We've addressed that a number of times, and do not represent the morals and ideals that the Crash community stands for. Again, I think I've addressed this. We do not condone sexual harassment or any type of toxicity. I don't believe it. I don't believe this. They don't condone any type of toxicity. I don't believe that at all. I also think stuff like this is very toxic. These are false claims that are like actually creating a negative relationship with Cameron Vengens and people who subscribe to him, people who follow him online. Like this, in a way, is very unfair. This is I would say this is very toxic. So I don't know why. That'll be ignored. Okay, effective as soon as possible. So this is why they haven't actually removed his times yet. He will be removed as a moderator. Actually, here's the thing. I think removing him as a moderator is fine. I think removing him from the Discord is fine. I think because these are like social spaces, or these are like you need to have like to be a moderator. You need to show that you're capable of holding up like value. Like you can't be a cheater if you're a splicer and you're a moderator. I'm gonna raise some questions. So I think removing him as a moderator is okay, but removing him from the leaderboards, and they say right here, remove him from the leaderboards. I don't understand how that makes any sense. All of his times from the NST leaderboards will be removed. I mean, they say just removed. It's not even anonymizing. They're just removing the times. And then they recommend other leaderboard moderators for the Crash series follow suit. So they don't even think it's a slippery slope. Like they're advocating for a slippery slope. They're actually advocating for like a fucking 90 degree like freaking free fall. They're just like fucking kill the leaderboards. Cameron will no longer be allowed to submit runs to any leaderboard in the Crash series, including Crash Bandicoot 4. We hope those who read this understand that this is not a decision we made lightly. Highly doubt that. To many of us, Cameron was a friend that we trusted. His actions are a harsh betrayal. And I just don't understand this. What are these actions? Because this is bullshit. Maybe on a social level, he's being unfair and he shouldn't be a moderator. I think he should be demodded for saying stuff like this. I think moderators should have there should be a moral precedent for moderators, personally. I think you should demod him for this, absolutely. There's good evidence to demod him. There's no evidence to remove his times, like at all, nothing. This pastebin is mostly garbage. This clip is the most non-offensive thing I've seen in my life. This doesn't count. These are hardly offensive. Hardly offensive. I mean, like, this stuff is, it's like general or light trash talk. And I don't see how you can ban somebody for that. Yeah, his actions are harsh betrayal. They're not at all. Handling this situation hasn't been anything but easy. To turn a blind eye or remain neutral in a situation like this would be huge betrayal. I think you should demod him. I think if you demodded him, it would not be turning a blind eye. I think it would be addressing the actual problem. He shouldn't be a moderator. Like clearly he should not be a moderator. I think demodding him would make a lot of sense. It would be a disservice to the many victims of sexual misconduct that have brought their stories to light in the past few months. So they're banning him because of other people, which again is just silly. You can't be competitive. That's considered toxic. Yes, if you're a white male and you actually try to perform, you're banned because you're inherently racist and you're inherently toxic. So you're banned from the leaderboards. That's the new rule. I mostly agree with you, but I also feel like the moment dick pics are sent, you can't really have a say in what happens to your persona on the internet it sort of ruins your image completely. We're going to go into that, Spiffy. We're going to look at exactly what happened there because I don't think that's actually as extreme. I don't think it's as extreme. The screenshots are from a private Discord that aren't even evidence. They're acting like he's ambassador. I thought they were from a public Discord. They're not private. They were from a personal Discord. But it's a public personal Discord. That's what I am understanding. If it's from a private Discord, I keep that in mind. I do think that's even less. That makes even less sense. Did he actually harass someone with proof? No. No. Oh yeah, I brought this up earlier. I think harassment, there needs to be like a history of it, or there needs to be like it has to be like abusive in some department. If you call someone a fucktard, it's not really harassment. Wow, guys. Okay, Googled harassment. This is from the citizensadvice.org.uk. Discrimination, harassment. So, I mean, you guys know how fucked up the UK is. Like, you'll love this shit. Harassment is unwanted behavior which you find offensive or which makes you feel intimidated or humiliated. It can happen in its own along other forms of discrimination. Yeah, so literally anything that you find offensive is harassment. That makes a lot of sense, because holy shit, dude. This is harassment right here. This is one of our examples of harassment. Is this real? Yes, criticism is harassment by the definition. This is their picture for harassment. Hey, I've seen it. I've seen an adult video that starts out like this, but I couldn't tell you it was harassment. Okay, yeah, we're gonna go to the dick pic because this is what people are criticizing. First of all, what the fuck is? How can you? Here, there's several reasons, Spiffy and everybody, that I think this is complete bullshit. First of all, this is from an anonymous person. This should be from somebody with a name. There should be a name or a picture. We don't know anything about this person. We don't even know that they exist. While likely I believe their story, what if they're lying? There's a lot of these cases where these people are lying. So if we don't know who they are, all it does is increase the likelihood that they're lying. Second of all, there's no evidence for this at all, and this is important for the whole lying situation. If you don't believe me that people are lying, I can prove that these people do lie about this stuff frequently, especially in recent memory. If you want me to prove that, this is an anonymous story, and then there's no evidence for any of this. So to me, the whole he said a dick pic, I want to know more, because there's a lot of different contexts for that. I don't think sending a dick pic is illegal. What if a girl asks for you to send a nude photograph of yourself? Is that illegal? Is that immoral? No, that's not immoral or illegal. So I want more context. Now I know she writes like potentially she. What if this is a guy? There's nothing to indicate this is a she, right? We'll just assume it's a she. I didn't know he had a girlfriend. We'll just assume it's a she. That is true, but I can still understand wanting to make this completely anonymous because this type of thing can absolutely come back to you later in life in unwanted ways. Okay, but you can't justify accusing somebody of, in their words, sexual harassment with zero evidence, completely anonymously, and then justifiably ban somebody from a leaderboard for that. I mean, that's ridiculous. That's completely ridiculous. And on top of that, another reason I'm very critical of this pay spin is because Cam, we'll refresh this. Maybe he has new. Yeah, he made a response pay spin. He made a response pay spin and he criticizes them. She was anonymous with the post. I'll respect her anonymity. How much of this documented pacing is true? Yes, I did send an unsolicited dick pic to her last summer. I own it. I fucked up. I regret it. I've regretted it for a long time. And I never apologized to her properly for that. If she ever feels comfortable enough to unblock me, I would love to at least apologize for that. We were both drunk and the conversation was sexual. Okay, so there's some context. Maybe you don't agree with it. I'll respect that, actually. Like, I think that's fair. I don't send people dick pics. And I definitely don't receive that stuff. Actually, I received it more than once. I'll admit it, but I'm against it, though. I will say I'm against it. So, like, I think if you send someone a dick pic, or they give you a dick pic, or even any kind of nude, the relationship's shot. Like, your relationship is basically, it's gone. Like, you just give it's a bad relationship. So, okay. At the time, being as stupid as I was, I thought she was baiting me into sending one. So, like, this is why I think this is not actually that big of a deal. Like, I just don't think this is a big deal at all. Apparently, they were both drunk. They were having a sexual conversation. And he thought she was baiting him into sending one. So how is this that big of a deal? Like, to me, I don't see why this is a big deal. And this is another reason why you should probably reveal your identity and provide evidence when you make serious claims like this, because, I mean, why can't we believe it? We have to take if we have to take her word for it, we have to take his word for it. And his word, I don't think it's a big deal. Like, who cares? So. And yeah, I see these people lie a lot. I'll just show you guys my example. I brought it earlier. Who's the smasher? Tamim, yeah, that's the guy. Okay. Did Sam Sora disappear? I doubt it. No, he doesn't give a shit. Yeah, check this out. You guys remember Captain Zack? This is regarding Sam Sora and Captain Zack. And then, I'll just summarize it. Basically, Captain Zack Me Too'd a guy named Nairo. Captain Zack is a guy, too. So Captain Zack Me Too'd a guy named Nairo. Captain Zack was 15 and Nairo is like 18 or 19. And so it looked like Captain, Nairo was like a pedo or all this stuff. So a month later or 2 months later or something, Tamim, one of Captain Zack's friends, comes forward and say, actually, Captain Zack basically manipulated the entire situation and lied about a lot of his pay spin. And he claims that Captain Zack actually raped Nairo. Yes, he's 15 and Nairo's 19, but Nairo was asleep and Captain Zack literally raped him. So, or at least, I don't think he penetrated him, but he sexually molested him while he's sleeping. So Captain Zack lied. I mean, just flat out lied about a Me Too situation, completely ruining somebody's career online. So people lie. Like, they absolutely lie. There's clean evidence for it. And based on this right here, I just don't think this is that big of a deal. Now, we'll read the entire thing. If you guys want to, we'll read the entire thing. Maybe there's more context to it. He also doesn't deny. He's not denying it, which he could easily deny it. He's not denying it, and then he also is apologizing for it. I mean, he's clearly apologizing for it. So I just don't think it's a big deal. Like this is why. How can you ban somebody for an opinion or for something like this? Like, what if somebody changes their opinion? Wait, this sexual harassment has been happening online? Yes, this quote sexual harassment was somebody sending another person a dick pic. That was the sexual harassment. There are no other stories, by the way. This document, which claims there are other stories, I think there were multiple victims. But again, that's just a load of bullshit to me. Because you should come forward to that, right? Yeah, check this out. We have been contacted by several female members of either the Crash community or communities related to it, telling us once that they join said community, they get contacted by Cameron, usually in a flirtatious way. A particularly serious case of this. Wait. When they join the community, They get contacted by Cameron in a flirtatious way. So that's the sexual harassment. That's what they banned him for. That's what they banned the guy for. And he denies this. He's like, I don't even know what the fuck they're talking about. Maybe he doesn't deny it, but yeah, I don't think he even knows what the fuck they're talking about. Yeah, I've been accused of flirting with many females that came into the community, which is, it's a crime. That's not a crime. You can DM somebody and send something to them flirtatiously. That's not a crime. It's not even a bad thing. It's actually usually a good thing. So how is that? How are you banning somebody for that? I mean, do you guys realize that this guy's being banned because he is flirting with girls and he's competitive in a video game? He got banned from a leaderboard for that. Yeah, I agree with the 80 paragraphs thing. It's so stupid. Yeah, the mods are absolutely corrupt here. Absolutely corrupt. How does banning him from SRC prevent him sending dick pics? Apparently it's just one picture. It was one picture that he deleted. I mean, even if you argue that it's immoral, it's like the highest moral offense. Sending a dick pic to somebody is the highest moral offense. Even if you could argue that, he deleted it literally after he sent it. Like, clearly, objectively, in context, he didn't even feel comfortable doing it. Right? It was one picture that he deleted after he sent. I mean, in what universe is that fair? Is that fair to determine his whole character around? Banned for being thirsty. Yeah, that's really what's going on. This is why I'm saying, guys, if you talk to women in speedrunning, you're going to get Me Too'd and then banned on the leaderboards if you're ever successful in the speedrun. If you talk to them, what's the solution? Allegedly. What is the evidence for this? Where is the evidence for this shit? What the fuck? He denies. He says, I never did this with the intent described. There are two girls I can think of that I approached because I thought they were cute and found them to be an interesting person. Wow, a crime, dude. How dare you? How dare you DM a girl because you actually thought she was interesting? Turns out they weren't interesting. Turns out they were fucking social justice puppets. He's like, oh shit, I gotta get the fuck out of here. That's probably what happened, guys. Okay. Yikes, dude. If you're in a speedrun in 2020, just don't get involved with these communities. Just stream your game on Twitch and avoid these people like the fucking plague, dude. That's what I'd recommend. These people are fucking toxic as hell, dude. All of these people, fucking like borderline evil. I would say they're evil based on their character more than their actions. Like, I don't think there's anything like actionable that they did. They're not murderers. But character, they're based on their character of writing this shit. This is like evil, like dogma. I've only sent one drunken dick pic in my life. Not a smart move, but honestly, I don't see what the big deal is. I know who cares, dude. Who gives a shit? What the fuck? No, okay, let's attempt to read this whole thing, dude. Okay, I forgot. I first got to know Cam in 2019. We played games together and it was fun. The last years were really tough for me. And guys, like, this is who it's coming from. I was heavily drugged, often depressed, often seriously depressed, and fought with suicidal thoughts and attempts. So this person's not a mentally stable person. A mentally unstable person is accusing somebody of sexual harassment anonymously with no evidence. Like this is why I do not believe this story. Or I think the story is just unfair. It's unfair. You know, it's not worth taking as what it is. If you took this story literally, you've been lied to. Yeah, well, that's pretty much what they're banning the guy for, Dan Varkin. They're pretty much banning him for accusations. They banned Worcester for accusations. Yeah, where did I show it earlier? The Ophelia run. I'll have to make a new. What's it called? I gotta mute this. Hey, I'm not on Twitch though. I won't get fucking banned randomly. Oh my god, dude. On Twitch, if you post this, if you like accidentally show somebody's stream or like accidentally show the N-word, you get banned. Okay, Octopath. I wish Octopath was a better game. I think everybody liked this game in concept, but it just was fucking terrible. Yeah, Worcester got banned. I'm guessing this is him. He got banned on Octopath Leaderboards for an allegation that he disproved. He actually disproved the allegation and he was still banned. I just mind blown, dude. I just mind blown. Did I get banned? Yeah, I got banned on Twitch for 2 weeks. I get a response. He was a moderator, so I think it's fair he should be held to a higher standard than regular people, since he's considered an authority in crash runs. It's really the sexual harassment put the nail in the coffin. I agree. I think he should be removed as a moderator from the leaderboards. There's no banning him from the leaderboards. Is ridiculous, and even for the he not we have to read the whole thing. Let me check my Twitter notifications. If it instantly end stream and delete the VOD, it should be okay. I got banned in my last stream during the stream. It's just not worth the risk. Plus, there's a 2-week ban. I just don't think it's worth the risk. Like with how politically correct Twitch is, if I have the wrong opinions, like these guys are getting banned from the leaderboards for their opinions. It's not for their actions, right? This guy didn't get banned. Like Burglar didn't get banned for any rules. This guy didn't get banned for sexual harassment. He got banned for his opinions. Hey, Mylau, 0 out of 125. That's the number of speedrunners that I'm trying to make a joke. It fell flat. Yeah. Anyway, let's read this. Okay. Yeah. Anyway, the person's clearly mentally unstable, and then playing games with Cam was really good and felt nice. I liked him, and I am someone who always wants others to make feel good. I want to tell people what is good about them, want to make honest compliments and help people. And he told me I was cute and made me compliments. And it felt good. I enjoyed it at the time, especially because I was depressed. Okay, so that has nothing of value in this at all, except that the person anonymously who we're dealing with is mentally unstable, which should affect their recollection of things, right? It should definitely affect the recollection of things. So I trust them less. That's all that's going on here. Can we say leftist fragility? Yeah, I think that's what's going on here. Literally, they're afraid that their community is going to look bad, so they have to preemptively ban him in case he does something. That's fragility right there. That's exactly what it is. I want to speedrun Animal Crossings. Well, I tell you what I tell everyone. Don't get involved with the supposed community. They're going to ban you. They're just going to make up a reason. Just ignore them, dude. Fucking just ignore everything they do. Okay, after writing for months and playing together. Okay, here's context. So they were writing for months and playing together for months. He flirted with me around May to July 1st. May to July. So that's 3 months. I didn't know he had a girlfriend at the time, and he never mentioned her. And I didn't respond to it because in the back of my head, I had the feeling of that I can't trust Cam. He rarely messaged me first, and he made me VIP in his stream, and I barely even watched it. And when we chatted in DMs, he flirted. He wrote he is laying in bed with his cat and is cuddling, and I should join when I wrote that. I would love to cuddle his cat. He sent sad emotes and wrote that I only write him for his cat. To be honest, I love cats and often asked him for cat pics because his cat is so cute. When he started flirting with the chats got way longer and he called my height cute. It's height he likes. It's height he likes. When I wrote that I feel like a midget in the community, he wrote I like him shorter. Kind of creepy, but irrelevant. Irrelevant to being on the leaderboard, am I right? Oh, you're joking. Well, people do speedrun Animal Crossing. They try to get all golden spatulas. Actually, Glad Jonas speedruns Animal Crossing. That was like his main game. That and Ocarina of Time. The next day, I wrote him that I think he flirted with me last day. I can be wrong though, and I wrote that I want to be honest, and that it wasn't like I wasn't interested. I just had that feeling I can't trust him. I kind of felt manipulated because before he didn't seem to care much about me. Didn't often respond to my messages, and I felt quickly ashamed if someone doesn't respond to a message, so I deleted them. Okay, so that's irrelevant. When we wrote in July 2019, he sent me kissing smileys. That's not sexual harassment. Believe it or not, that's not sexual harassment. Yeah, I'm thinking of Teamfight Tactics, dude. I think when he posted that reply to the tweet, I instantly got 13 dislikes on the stream. Oh, did I get a bunch of dislikes? It just says 13 likes. Guys, make sure to like the stream. Let's see, maybe how many likes we have? Yeah, he sent raping smileys to her, sexually harassing her in the process. Send cat pics. I'm going to send some cat pics to my chat right now. This is actually considered harassment, sexual harassment even. Wait. I am now sexually harassing you guys, so. Wait, what the fuck, dude? Why doesn't this work? What the fuck? I don't get it, guys. I'm like confused. Do I have to make the cat a black cat? Otherwise, it's racist. Is that why it doesn't work? Can I just do cat? Yes, let's go, dude. Alright, guys. I literally just sexually harassed my chat. Unapologetically. I love to cuddle your cat. It's a sexy cat. Okay, okay, when we wrote in July, he sent me kissing smileys and told me I'm a sweetheart and wrote stuff like that he wants to move somewhere with me. Okay, that's still not sexual harassment. It all was just fantasy talk in my view. I never took it seriously. I took it jokingly and often wrote jokingly back. He sometimes sent annoyed smileys and complained that I never take him serious. The flirting stopped at the end of July and started from August. I tried to get him to play video games with me because I missed the time when we played Overwatch or Minecraft together, and that stopped after a while. And often there were breaks of weeks where we had no contact. Okay, that's not sexual harassment. We'll move to the next paragraph. We have like 7 more to go, guys. 1, 2, 3, 4. Only 4 more, but it's closer to 7. Okay, in August 2019, I told him I missed playing with him. And I mean, these stories, they just get dumber. Like, every story gets less severe. There's, like, less evidence. It just gets dumber. Like, I just can't believe this shit. Okay, he often didn't respond. I felt bad because I actually felt rejected as a friend. I felt used for compliments and good talks, but when I needed someone to talk or just wanted to chat, he didn't respond. Believe it or not, that's not sexual harassment. That's actually just him being a dick. It's not sexual harassment. I'm gonna speed read this in my mind and then try to get to somewhere where it's like relevant, because this is mostly just like somebody complaining about their feelings, which I hate listening to. It's like one of the dumbest things, but I hate it when people do that shit. Okay, I got really drunk one night and messaged Cam. I felt sorry for Cam that he got cheated on because he wrote some real sad tweets. And that is a point I will go into later. Cam assured me he is over his ex and everything is fine. And we started joking around. And I was bored and wanted to tease him and annoy him. I told him that I was just teasing him and trying to annoy him. I told him he has a tiny dick. Okay, again, this is consistently a theme I've seen. These women initiate this stuff on some level. She initiated this on some level. Another reason I would not qualify this as sexual harassment. Like, how is this sexual harassment? Okay, in some older chats, he often said he would come to me and meet me, and I knew he surely doesn't have the money and also doesn't have the guts for it, or the interest, or IDK. And he never took his comments seriously. Okay, Cam's comments and flirts made me feel good, but when he didn't chat with me for weeks and didn't answer, I felt like a piece of shit again and missed having attention. All right, this is irrelevant. This does not matter at all. This is the person's feelings. It's completely irrelevant to banning somebody. It's irrelevant to banning somebody from a leaderboard. Keep in mind, this guy got banned on a leaderboard for this story. Ruining my career by assault the chat. I should be banned on the Speedrunner.com. Wait, am I actually getting dislikes on this stream? I thought it's just likes. Like, I can't see the dislikes. Wait, maybe I can. Yeah, I can't actually see the dislikes, so I don't know. It just says 21 likes for me. Just curious. 18 dislikes. You know what? It's probably somebody. I don't think it's the social justice warriors. I know they like I know they like brigading people. No, I think it's Clayland. You know Clayland? He has like 40 different accounts, and he'll just log in and he'll mass dislike my videos sometimes. I think it's actually just Clayland. So, but keep liking the video. Keep liking the video, guys. Okay. At one point, he sent me a dick pic. This is the alleged sexual harassment. And Cam agreed to this. He said it did happen. He immediately deleted it, but I told him it was not okay. And that I was just teasing, and I told him that I was teasing, and he wrote that he knew I was teasing. And I told him that he can't just send dick pics to people. He wrote he usually doesn't do that, but I basically told him to not do it. I basically told him to do it. I kept telling him he can't send dick pics around. It isn't okay. And he wrote me that I baited him and he didn't expect such a reaction because he thought I was baiting him. So even in her story, it's like hard. Like, this isn't even, like, this is bare minimum sexual harassment. I think this is like technically qualifies as like sexual harassment. Like if you're like completely tone deaf. If you're completely tone deaf and you're purposely arguing in bad faith, I think this qualifies as sexual harassment. In any other context or conversation, it's not. This is insane, right? They're both drunk. They're both intoxicated. They've been flirting for months on end. They're both over the age of 18. And she actually brought up the tone of the conversation. She initiated both the conversation and the tone of the conversation. So how is that sexual harassment? How is that sexual harassment? That's not sexual harassment in any capacity. Now I have to respond to this because I've read, well, I want to read the entire thing because maybe there's more things in there. I had another overdose with sleeping pills. Again, I tried to kill myself. So why are we also taking this person's word as fact when they clearly have mental health issues? And I hope they're able to overcome that. That's not good, but it doesn't give you credit to having mental health issues. I was in psychiatry. You actually become an unreliable. You become an unreliable narrator. This is a literary technique. used to make a story more interesting, right? It paints the perspective of a story from a person who's intentionally written to be unreliable, and it makes the reader, think twice about what's happening. Wait a minute, is this guy really being abused? Is this girl really being abused? So this isn't a literary, this isn't a story. This is an account of something that happened. But the point is, she's not reliable as a narrator. How can we trust what she's saying? This is not sexual harassment. No, I think in any real context, it's not. Why admit that? Because the person's writing this for validation, and if she doesn't put this in here, there's no validation. I can't read the entire thing. I think it's just stupid. Okay, it's really the sexual harassment that put the nail in the coffin. By sexual harassment, do you mean the quote dick pic that he sent when he was in a conversation that she started and made sexual? Why? Okay, wait a minute, okay. Kim assured me he is over his ex and everything is fine, and we started joking around. And when I was bored, I wanted to tease him and annoy him. I told him I was just teasing him and trying to annoy him, and told him that he had a tiny dick. The dick pic that he literally deleted right after he sent and has apologized for more than once. Oh shit, we got the perfect 280. That's not sexual harassment. I mean, that objectively is just not sexual harassment. Yeah, I'm going to respond to the other guy now. Oh, by the way, guys, Zem. Guys, I learned something about Zem. It dawned on me. I never realized this. I never knew this about Zem, but it all makes sense now. So this person says I missed the part about sexual harassment, and I addressed this, right? He says, don't bother engaging with WQ about this. He's just looking for more shit to shove his face into. He's a drama leech. And then I told him, the guy with a feces fetish has a lot to offer. I never realized this. This guy might actually have a scat fetish. Like, really think about it. Really think about it. His name's Zemipoo. He attacks and criticizes me for more shit to shove my face into. I mean, really think about that. This guy might actually have a scat fetish. Like, it's a thing. People have these fetishes, right? Yeah, we don't choose what we're into, right? I mean, it might be a real thing, and if you just look at his profile picture, he might actually like fit the bill here. I wouldn't be too shocked. I wouldn't be too surprised. So he never responded, but it's called coprophilia. I really wouldn't be too surprised here. Oh, I probably should have shown this. Okay. What percentage of people do you think actively have this kink? But actually, also, I don't agree, A-Rod. I think you should kink shame people. I think you should kink shame people. So I actually don't agree with you, but. Yeah, I would say it's like what? 1 out of 1,000 people? It's really unlikely. Maybe 1 out of 10,000. It's really unlikely. There's still 750,000 people with this fetish worldwide. Even if it's 0.1, even if it's 0.1%, people in the speedrunning community have a scat fetish. So, yeah, I don't know. We don't know that that's the case, but just look at his name, and also look at the fact that he brought this up. Like he just randomly put this on me, like out of nowhere. So I just really consider that. So, okay. I read the part about him sending a dick pic. That's not effective either. That is... You can't stop having a kink, so it seems a bit like shaming someone for the race. Well, I don't know. I just think you should. I don't know. I kind of think you should just kink shame people. Yeah, I don't. What's the big deal? What's the big deal? You know. First of all, most kinks are not public. Like I think having a race is like impossible to hide. Like you can't hide. Like let's say you're Brazilian. You know, somebody was accused of being racist towards Brazilians recently. What if you're Brazilian, right? Like native Brazilian. Well, see, Brazilian's not the best race because I think there's a lot of mixed race people. Plus, honestly, a lot of Brazilian people look white. They have like European features. Let's say Asian. Let's say like Japanese, right? You can't hide being Japanese, like in public. It's impossible, pretty much. But you can hide being a fucking, you know, like a vor, if you have a vor fetish, if you're really into vor. First of all, you can hide that. Second of all, it's usually hidden. Like the default is to be hidden. So I think I think shaming somebody for that shit is actually totally morally acceptable. I think it's very different than like race. I think it's very different than race. Brazilian isn't a race, it's a nationality. Yeah, that's what I'm understanding, Crisco. There's a lot of different people in Brazil. Like a lot of the population is mixed, so it seems it's not a good example. He's a leftist and mentally deranged, probably. I wonder what the percent of people who are leftist are like have some degree of like mental problems. I think it's like really high, right? Liberals and mental illness. I'm pretty sure I saw a meme that it was like 40% or something. I just found a random, I don't know, political psychology, 2020 February, ResearchGate. I don't know any of the meaning behind here is, but I'm okay. Self-position on the left-right spectrum. So apparently this is the left, this is the right, and then this is proportion of respondents to SSC's survey who say they have been formally diagnosed with depression, BPD, the other BPD, well, I guess BD, schizophrenia, by self-position. So based on this, yes, they do have higher, considerably higher. I mean, 32%. 32% of the population of liberals. That seems kind of high. But this isn't conclusive because it's, you know, it's self-prescribed. And we know the victim culture that exists in liberal circles. So plus, I think they're more likely to seek out a psychologist. Like conservative people, especially in today's political environment, are much less likely to seek out a psychologist. Plus, if you also look at population distributions, a lot of people in more rural areas are more conservative, and they have less opportunity to even seek out a psychologist. I mean, how easy it is to find a psychologist in Seattle versus fucking like middle of Iowa, you know? So I'm not sure that this is like where does it, like I would like to see more on that, but. Percent ever personally received treatment for mental health problem. So I don't know. I wonder where they came up with that. But yeah, I mean it's considerably less. It's clearly considerably less. It's actually it's more extreme for men. That's interesting. And here's another interesting factor based on this figure. It seems like slightly liberal men are actually in the norm. Look at that. Like, extremely conservative men are more mentally ill than conservative men. But marginally. And slightly liberal men are more mentally ill than moderate, but only slightly. There's a clear disparity between slightly liberal men and quote liberal men. So I actually think it's interesting because I would say I'm slightly liberal. In fact, like, you know, politically, over my lifetime, I would say I'm slightly liberal, and I've met a lot of people in speedrunning and in general who say I'm actually, you know, classically liberal. I just don't agree with all this bullshit. I think it's unfair, and I don't like it, and I'm being pushed more to the right. And I think maybe that's what's going on. A lot of those like rational people are in this area. But yeah, it seems like extremely liberal or liberal men are just insanely unhealthy. Quote, percent ever had mental health problems. Yikes, that's females right there. Wow. So this is, I've talked about this. I've talked about this a little bit. This person right here is all these girls that are Me Tooing these dudes. Don't get involved with these women. 50%, 45% of extremely liberal women ever had mental health problems. Just don't get involved, dude. Don't get involved. I mean, I know extremely liberal women can be attractive, but if you go to her Twitter and she has all these fucking BLM links everywhere and these like pride flag links everywhere and all this fucking, you know, demand action now and like vote tags everywhere all on her Twitter, dude. There's a 45% chance she's gonna ruin your life. Up to 80% if you read the graph. Oh, is that how it works? Is that what that means? So is this is right here like the low end? So like the min max would be like 17% to like 78%. BLM, ACAB, and Boston Police are extreme red flags. I mean, it seems like if you go to a girl's Twitter and she has that plastered over her social media, there's up to an 80% chance that she ruins your life. Just straight up ruins your life. Like you're nothing. Abusive women, when they get involved and they get attracted to men, they turn their life's mission into ruining that guy's life. They literally spend their entire life. That's their goal in life. That's how they were treated when they were younger. That's how, you know, that's what they turn. That's how they learned value in society and value in relationships. And they're like, okay, time to go find a relationship and give value into the relationship. And what do? They will ruin your life. Now, I also find it interesting that extremely conservative, there's a high variance for extremely conservative. Yeah, also notice that there's a pretty high variance for extremely conservative. I think that's interesting. I'm not actually surprised by that. I wonder why it's so low and then the variance is so high. So I think that's interesting. Percent underwent counseling of mental or emotional problems in the last 12 months. 40% of extremely liberal people. Okay. Yeah, there's clearly, I mean, conservative, slightly conservative, moderate people. This is like the healthy range. I fit exactly in this range. I would say I'm moderate or slightly conservative. The only reason I say that is because I really don't have that much political alignment. I'm not really aligned that much. The hard column is average. The line is different values. Okay, interesting. Yeah, you know what? That would make a lot of sense then for the extremely conservative values, because I think on the left and the right, there would be a huge variance. Like, I'm guessing, like, all the nutcases, that's where they go. They all go on the hard left or the hard right. But it seems like there's way more nutcases on the hard left. You can probably get any old psychiatrist to give you a diagnosis or depression to help give yourself victim points. Well, and it does bring up my other points earlier, like access to psychiatrists. You also have likelihood of even going out to find a psychiatrist, and then the whole self-diagnosis problem. So I think these numbers are skewed, but at the same time, I mean, you know, if you just live day to day, I don't think it's skewed. Like, you know, you guys have been to community college, you've been to actual college, you go on Twitter enough. Like, I don't think these are actually skewed. Mean days of poor mental health last 30 days. Okay, that's interesting. Percent has emotional or mental disability. Radically for men. It's not even like normal. Like, normal liberals seem healthy. It's just these extreme liberal people. Yeah, that's really interesting. I mean, I want to put that on Twitter, actually. We're going to find the most ridiculous one. Oh, yeah, here we go. Do not get involved with... That's a tweeting. That's a fucking tweeting. Oh, yeah, they like that actually. Did they block me? I'm expecting them to block me. Yeah. Well, who's surprised? Surprised. It's an unsolicited dick pic. I would call that sexual harassment. He then blames her for baiting him. I didn't see an apology. If he did apologize, that doesn't change what he did. It's purposely ignored the context. Claiming... is a complete bar, dude. Wait, claiming this is sexual harassment, claiming he's a threat to people for this. Is that even a word? It's not entirely unsolicited. That's, I think, the problem. Yeah, this is shocking, dude. Dude. Yeah, it's just I don't know, man. It's just unhealthy. Very high odds of problems. What did Greta Thunberg actually do, by the way? Nothing. So this is how political correctness works. It has nothing to do with actually solving problems. It's about trying to create. It's about trying to create the outcome. It's about trying to direct outcome, right? It's trying to create outcome. It's not actually trying to solve a problem. It's trying to make the outcome. It's masking a problem, right? It's trying to make an outcome appear as solved. And so, when you try to solve a problem through outcome, and this is what natural gameplay is, you are creating ego. That's what ego is. And it doesn't solve, the reason you don't want to do this and why it's ego is because it doesn't solve the problem, right? And that makes sense, like the problem hasn't been addressed. So these political correctness hate mobs, they don't actually care about solving problems. Like they're not trying to solve a problem. Greta Thunberg is a good example. So Greta Thunberg's not interested in solving global warming. She is interested in getting mad about global warming, right? And that's kind of where this idea of ego, which is like it's solving a problem by outcome, comes from. That's this whole idea of shaming somebody. If you shame somebody for something, you're not really like, you're not actually getting them to fix the issue, right? You're not trying to fix the underlying issue. You're trying to get the outcome to be like, you're trying to get the you're trying to make it so it looks like it. Do you guys see what I'm saying? How about a different example would be like, I'm tripping over my words. Ego is fine if it motivates you to actually solve a problem. Like who cares whether you're doing stuff for clout or you actually do something? No, it's not doing something for clout. If you did something for clout, I wouldn't say that's solving a problem through outcome, right? If you did something for clout, the problem is that you don't have any clout and you're trying to get clout. So that's exactly what I'm trying to say, A-Rod. That's why Greta Thunberg didn't accomplish anything. I mean, she accomplished her goal, which was to gain clout. I don't think explicitly that was her goal, but implicitly it must have been her goal. So she did solve that problem that she was going under. That's kind of the issue with ego. Yeah, her parents are insane, completely insane. I think it's a lot of shaming, like these kind of political shaming is though, and it's like they're not really trying to actually like address the issues and like actually like try to fix these things. It's more about try to get people to say, they're trying to get you to say it, right? That's what I was saying. They want people to say that global warming is a problem, right? They want people to say that this is an issue without actually like believing it. And so I think a lot of these shaming tactics by these political correctness mobs, it's not really to solve the issue. It's to mask. Like, I don't even think it's to mask an issue. Like I'm not sure global warming is an issue, but it's to, I would say like, try to solve. Yeah, how about we can say it's an issue, right? They're trying to mask an issue. They've identified an issue. They're not trying to solve the issue. They're trying to mask the issue. And so if everybody agrees that it's an issue, then it's masked. It's not solved, though, especially because people might not believe that. So that's what happens when you see, it's the same thing with pretty much all political correctness. And the same issue that you're even seeing here, where this person presents this idea, and I challenge the idea, right? Their goal is not to promote this idea. Their goal was to promote it through outcome. It's not to promote it through actually promoting the idea. So if somebody like me says, hey, I don't agree with your idea, here's actually what reasons why, I read the thing, I'm challenging you on this. Well, they failed to, there's no debate there, right? They're not trying to like, change my opinion. So they just block me. Because it keeps that illusion up. I think that's a huge issue with a lot of the word censorship, a lot of the censorship online, a lot of the transgender dogma, and the gender dogma in general, and also the BLM dogma. I mean, you can't misgender people according to these rules. Like, was somebody got removed? Yeah, who was it that got removed for misgendering somebody? I know Caleb did. I thought another guy did too. Yeah, another thing that isn't even another thing isn't being addressed here. is that this is an anonymous accusation from someone who claims they have serious mental issues. They have no evidence for any of this, any of their story, and yeah, let's say they also have no evidence. To me, it's hard to trust this. To regular people, to me, it's very hard to believe this stuff at face value. A lot of these stories are wrong. I'm not even going to say the stories are wrong because they'll just ignore that. I don't really want to read the rest of this because it's mostly just complaining, and I don't think there's actually anything of substance in here. I'm not going to read it, but it's mostly just complaining. It's literally just complaining. And then, yeah, what's important is that he actually responded to it and apologizes and deleted the picture. And the toxicity part, I don't think he needs to address because it's irrelevant to the leaderboards. It has no, I mean, in their words, it's irrelevant to the leaderboards. Like, this is baseless. It's completely baseless. So just get rid of it. He claims he's joking. It's all banter. It doesn't matter if it's banter or not. It's irrelevant, right? I mean, it just doesn't matter. They even address that it doesn't matter. So I don't know why they put it in here. I think it's just defamatory. I literally think it's just defamatory. So yeah, how is this threatening? This is a claim they made. How is it threatening? I've seen zero threats here. No good examples of sexual harassment. I mean, the only example you'd have to seriously argue in bad faith for. I don't think it's very fair. I don't know, the whole general toxicity thing, I think is just nonsense. Like, I'm just going to throw that out because it's just bullshit. It's not even toxic. Like, I don't even think what he did is toxic. I think they're just lying about him, like unfairly lying about him. Oh yeah, I was going to DM the guy because he DM'd me. I think the guy is trying to mend his relationships, and I think he's like politically liberal. So I think that I could like that. If he wasn't a mod, I would get where you're coming from, but since he's a mod, it makes what he did worse. Why would you delete the times from a leaderboard? And check this out, guys. I'm going to use their own words against them. Who's... It's with the number one goal. with the number one goal of checking times accurately. That doesn't make any sense. I still... He has failed as leaderboard mod and shouldn't be doing that. But to remove his times doesn't fit the crime. He didn't make it a crime here. There's no crime here. There's no crime. It's obvious people like this can't actually challenge any opposing opinion. No, they can't. They're completely gone from that. We got in contact with them over the past couple days, and we just guessing it currently. I am very curious about this Was there ever a post made declaring how and why you think? Contrary to what line liberal duckies say about me, I actually okay, I'm gonna Okay, there we go. Yeah, just get away from I mean, these people are like nuts. They are actually nuts, dude. Yeah, I don't know who this is. I guess he's a Octopath guy. Am I gonna vote? I'm not that inclined to vote. I don't really. I'm not. I lie. I really don't care that much about actual politics. But I'm like maybe. I think the biggest problem with voting is that I just don't know how to vote exactly. Like, I would have I don't know. I mean, how do you even vote, dude? So that would be the biggest issue. That would be the biggest issue. Remember, I'm trying to convince Ninja, but you're right, Kruller. I guess I'm not, actually, honestly, I'm actually not trying to convince them technically. To be fair, I'm not actually trying to convince people. I'm trying to just address what's going on. I'm also trying to get men in the speedrunning community to actually feel better or feel good about themselves for once in their fucking life in this community. I just can't believe how much negative drama and negative stigma there is against men in speedrunning. It's just, I don't understand it. No, I'm actually not even trying to convince the neutral reader, to be quite honest with you. I think the political position that's put on me that I don't hold is kind of funny, and helps me out in a lot of cases. It's the same with the drama angle, and it's why I responded to them like I did, because to me, this is not about this helps my brand. This doesn't hurt my brand. This helps my brand. I don't think I'm a drama leech. I've actually, I would say I've never been a drama leech in my entire life. Like, I like talking about popular stuff. I think you could make an argument that I'm a drama leech, like if you change the definition, sure, but I wouldn't really consider that. Like, most of my content's not about that. Now, recently I've been like, you know what, let's up the brand. So I kind of said, hey, let's step it up a little bit. So, and part of the reason I've done that is because there's a lot of people who make this claim about me. Now, if he makes this claim and people see it, and this guy's like, what, 5,000 followers? He has 4,000 followers. If he makes this claim about me, his 4,000 followers actually will be like, oh, he likes drama. Well, I like drama. They'll follow me. So I don't think this is actually hurting me. Like, this, I think if anything, this helps me. That's why I responded in a joking manner back to him, because I don't think that's not like it's not counterproductive. Yo, what's up, Green Bay Stave? How you doing? Yeah, we're doing those YouTube streams now. Okay. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with drama either. I'm the next Leafy. That'd be funny. I actually, like, I kind of want to be funny in my videos. You know how my videos, I'm just talking like a really monotone voice? It, like, it sounds like I'm reading a script. I'm not even reading a script. Like, it's so bad. I know. I want to kind of actually try to talk more natural in the microphone and, like, actually try to have fun. But I'm just so fucking bad at talking to a mic that it's, like, it's a challenge. It's a big challenge. I think over time it'll get better, like, a while. But I don't like it. I don't actually like talking into a microphone at all. So that's part of the problem. But yeah, I mean, if you guys like, I should dress up as a Joker. I know a streamer that does that. He gets like 1 viewer though. But he does that every time he streams. Yeah, I think it'll just get more natural. I do kind of want to get a more like sarcastic or like more joking environment because, you know, I'm good at that stuff. I'm pretty funny, and I'm pretty good at that kind of humor. And I think, especially, I wasn't the one to delete this time, so I can see why it was done though to remove him completely from the community. Which has been decided he's a danger to and to show that there are consequences to actions. They don't really care either way if the time to remove your cabinet. Okay. I don't know. I mean, this is nuts. Like, I think this is insane. I think this is a completely ridiculous response for a bunch of different reasons. I'm not going to respond, though. I think this person's kind of trying to be neutral, and I'm going to give him credit for that. I'm not trying to attack them. I'm going to give them credit. But plus, it does seem like they're critically thinking about the situation, which is always good. You know, people change their opinions. So maybe in a month from now, it'll have a more fair opinion. But what? He's been a danger? What the fuck? How is he a danger? How does removing him from a leaderboard accomplish anything? It definitely doesn't accomplish the goal of the leaderboard. It needs to show that there are consequences to actions. What the fuck? Are the leaderboards like moderators his fucking parents? Are they his fucking like mom and dad or something? Like, what the fuck? This is so fucking... And ultimately, the guy literally doesn't even care. Ultimately, the guy doesn't care about leaderboards. I bet he doesn't speedrun. Like, give me a fucking break, dude. Give me a fucking break, dude. No, they're a danger to their ego. He's a danger to their ego. That's really what's going on. Give me a break, dude. He's not a moderator. He's some random dude with no opinion. Yeah, Zem is a bit of a cringer. What is it, Hydro dude? Didn't you comment about him saying he was like he's a trend follower? Yeah, doesn't he like leech? Didn't he say he's a leech or something? He called me a drama leech. Yeah, what is the point of a leaderboard website if you don't really care about whether the times are on there or not? That's not a leaderboard. What is that? What is that? Scared? Oh, are you in my stream, dude? Is that you, dude? Are you asking if I'm scared to respawn? I said why I didn't respawn. I don't know if you're challenging me. I can't tell if that's you or not. I can't click on your profile or anything. If that's you, I mean, hey, what's up, dude? I think I explained to you. I think I explained to you why. I think I explained why I don't agree with this, but yeah, I'm not interested in responding to it. I think the conversation has neutralized. It's like a school saying I don't care whether or not our diplomas have no value. You used to watch Cameron. Yeah, he actually lost a lot of followers over this, which again I think this is why this is defamatory. I think stuff like this by these moderators is defamatory. It's painting the guy in a really bad and really negative light unfairly for stuff that he didn't. It's painted unfairly, right? He's painted as for stuff he didn't really do. And beliefs and opinions that he doesn't really hold. It's very defamatory. He's lost like, I think, let's say 15 followers over this. It's not that many. I mean, I wouldn't really consider that like groundbreaking or anything. But the point is, it's like they're directly hurting his social media and they're harming his reputation. And that's deliberately what's happening from what I understand. Let's watch him up. If he was making money, yeah, he's making money, and I mean, inevitably he'll make less money. Yeah, I mean, you could sue over this. Theoretically, it'll never happen, but yeah, -9, and then add another 6 into that, so he's lost 15 followers over this. I mean, certainly he's gonna lose. He'll lose Twitch followers or Twitch subscribers over this too. Unfairly, again, it's this is certainly this is defamatory. I stopped watching before this came out. Oh yeah, that's fine. But the fact of the matter is he has lost 15 followers on Twitter, and inevitably he's going to lose viewers on Twitch. Yeah, this guy's. I mean, I didn't really see anything immoral. I did see some stuff, and I don't think he should be a moderator. It's not a devil's advocate perspective. I think if you are critical towards viewers in your community, you should not be a moderator. You guys will know this. I've criticized the link to pass click more than once because it was actually found out that a lot of the moderators were like making fun of new players in a private Discord, and it was leaked to me, and I started criticizing them for this, and I was like, you guys are just blatantly like making fun of new players, and you're like supposed to be a moderator, and you're just like attacking people. Like, that's not fair to anybody. Nothing was done, of course, because these speedrun rules are different set of rules for the guy we don't like, different set of rules for us, you know? Completely unfair. Nothing happened. So but I really don't think if you're making fun of people. And I mean, Cameron claimed that these were jokes. These were done in jest, and contextually they were understood to be jokes. I still don't think it's fair. I actually still don't think you should even joke about it. So I can't, I'm not defending it for this. But to remove him on the leaderboard for, I mean, defamatory comments, I think it's just unfair. Part of the reason I think it's unfair is because most people aren't going to read this. Most people aren't going to watch the clip, and they're not going to read this entire thing. And then even if they do read this, they're definitely not going to read this fucking pastebin. I can't even read the whole fucking thing. So I think it's just defamatory, 100%. And it's just filled with lies and like backwards behavior. I mean, what I think is really toxic is making defamatory statements about people deliberately attacking their reputation online. I don't think it's fair at all. I don't care about the punishment. If that's what the mods think is necessary, that's fine by me. I don't have a stake. So I do have a stake. I have a high stake in it, and I think it's very unfair. I think it's very unfair. It's a complete overstep. It's abuse by the moderators. It goes against what a leaderboard is. It goes against Speedrunner.com's assumed values. I think it's completely unfair, and I do have a stake in it. So that's part of the reason I do care, and I'm complaining about it and criticizing these actions incredibly or very heavily. Yeah, I don't think you should ever remove times that are legit for personal politics. I think it's just insane. Yeah, I think the link pass leaderboard moderators and Cam here are wrong and should be demodded for that. What I would do here clearly is demod him. Absolutely, no question. If he made a specific defense and he made a good defense for it, I would lean him. I would lean in his position, but I actually don't because I've made other claims. I don't think top players should be moderators either. I think if you're a top player for a game and you're active, you should not be a moderator. I don't think that's fair to me. I don't think that's fair because you're inevitably going to be biased, and I just don't think that's fair. That's another claim I've made that has been completely ignored, of course. But I think it's a very good point, and I've seen a number of moderators who are high up on the leaderboard clearly abuse their position, and it's like it's another thing I think. So I don't think he should have been a moderator at all because he was a top player. Beyond simply, also harassing new players or harassing players, which I just don't think you should do as a moderator. But to be removed from the leaderboards makes no sense to me at all. You should be able to trash talk anybody. And actually, I have to disagree with you, Vegas, because you said sexual harassment, toxicity is not very cool. I don't believe he actually sexually harassed anybody. I'm not sure there was any sexual harassment. There's two reasons for this. I don't think sending a dick pic to somebody in a joking manner when you're both drunk and she in a way instigated it, I don't qualify that as sexual harassment. I don't qualify it as harassment even. To me, harassment, there needs to be considerable context that it's like it's clearly unwanted, right? There also has to be a pattern. There has to be a pattern of behavior, but I'm not seeing that at all. If you just Google harassment, it's aggressive pressure, intimidation. So this isn't my definition. This is just Google's definition. Aggressive pressure, intimidation. There was no sexual harassment. I mean, where was the aggressive pressure, intimidation? Now, you could argue that sending a dick pic is always sexual harassment. I just think contextually it's very loose. It's really loose. It's really loose. Like, this is not a clear-cut case, and there's a bunch of reasons for it. And then the thing that I can't ignore, no matter what, I can't ignore it. There's no evidence for this. I mean, there's no evidence for any of this. Like, it's literally an account of somebody anonymously that that even admits they have mental illness problems. I was heavily drugged. I was depressed. I was often severely depressed, and fought with suicidal attempts. They said they went in and out of psychiatry. They actually attempted suicide by overdosing on pills. This is not a person with a clear, stable mental position, right? It's an anonymous person, which does hurt their integrity, and it hurts their integrity for a number of reasons. One of the reasons is because, let's say Cam denies these claims, which he did right here. Let's say Cam denies these claims. This person who's anonymous cannot fight back, right? So I think being anonymous doesn't hurt your integrity. Being mentally unstable absolutely hurts your integrity. And then having no evidence, obviously that hurts your integrity too. So this person has very low integrity, it's hard to take their word. It's hard to take their word as truth based on the account. And then in the context that they both provided. So like one thing that Cam said that I think is being completely ignored, is that they were both drunk at the time, right? I mean, we were both drunk. And the conversation was sexual. So they were both drunk and the conversation was sexual. And then you have... Yeah, she says, I was just teasing and trying to annoy him, and I told him that he has a tiny dick. So she actually initiated this conversation, and she initiated the sexual part of the conversation from the context that I have. Now, maybe it was much worse, but based on the context that we have, I don't really think it was sexual harassment. Like, I just can't qualify this as sexual harassment. Like, if you walk down the street and someone catcalls you, I wouldn't even call that sexual harassment, but I would say that's at least unwanted and aggressive. You know, I would at least say it's unwanted and aggressive. This to me doesn't seem completely unwanted. It doesn't seem completely aggressive. I mean, if it was unwanted, he would have messaged her first. She messaged him first. Another reason I don't think it's sexual harassment is because he immediately deleted the photo. I mean, he immediately deleted the photo. So based on intent, there's no harassment intent either. There's no intent. It wasn't aggressive. I think it was unwanted because she says she doesn't want it. But contextually, they were both drunk, and she initiated the conversation, which means there is gray area. So I just can't imagine this as sexual harassment. Like, this is not sexual harassment. In my opinion, unless consent is given, it's not cool. I think it's fair to say it's not cool, but actual sexual harassment and he should be removed from a leaderboard. That's not fair at all. I mean, I think it's ridiculous. I think it's completely ridiculous. Completely ridiculous. And this isn't a random person that he found. It's not like a random girl that he found. Like, he's not going to like girls that join the Discord and saying, "Hey girl, hey babe, what's up?" And they say, "How you doing?" And then he sends a dick pic. That's not what happened. It's not even close to what happened. Anybody that's assuming that, nobody said that in the chat, but anybody's assuming that's not what happened at all. He didn't ask her for sex. He didn't ask her for sexual favors. He didn't threaten her he never threatened her. There's no threats in this at all. Unless I'm wrong, I didn't read the back half of this. Point out where I'm wrong if I am. There's no threats in this at all. There's no, is there any threatening behavior? I mean, again, he deleted the picture. He immediately deleted the picture, which means his intent does not match the alleged crime. And then on top of that, it means that it's non-threatening. It's non-threatening in nature, right? 'Cause why else would he have deleted it? Yogscast using their positions of power to get sexual favors. Hold up. As a mod in the community as well, it's not cool if you've heard of Yogscast. I don't think these are similar stories at all. I don't think these are similar stories. I mean, that sounds like a serious story. This to me sounds like a joke. And then the thing I'm criticizing is, why are you removing him from the leaderboards? So if you want to paint this guy as a sexual deviant and as an evil person and highly immoral, I'm not going to prevent you from painting him as that. I don't know the guy. And in my opinion, I don't think we would get along. I'm not trying to defend the guy outside of his times on the leaderboard and the defamatory claims against him, because I think it's just immoral in general. But I don't know the guy. I wouldn't even say I like the guy, right? I don't think we get along. So I'm not trying to. If you want to paint him as immoral, like go for it, like go power to you. But to paint this as sexual harassment and therefore it's justifiable to remove his times from the leaderboard, which by the way, even if he is sexually harassing somebody, there's no precedent to remove somebody's times from a leaderboard for that. That doesn't make any sense, and it goes against directly what a leaderboard's supposed to do. I don't care if the guy's a PETA who has killed 30 people, his time should stay. And you have criminals in the NFL, and I'm guessing in the NBA too, whose times are still on NFL.com. Their stats, and I think it's the same in the Olympics. It's a part of history. I mean, it's not scrubbed from history. So I think removing it is just like, it's an inversion of values. Yeah, also the toxicity too. A lot of people are claiming he's highly toxic. I think it's defamatory to say that about him, because where is this coming from and who it's being told to? I read through this. I don't really think there's any toxicity in here. We could watch the clip. Like Vegas, I don't know if you've seen this or not, so you might just disagree with me. But just for anybody that's entering right now, I mean, this isn't toxic. Somebody claimed that this was toxic. Like, somebody show me how this is toxic.
That makes sense. Literally didn't do anything wrong. Except maybe I needed to hold right slightly more. I'm keeping it, because apparently 39's fucking free. So...
Okay, I wasn't watching, but... He makes a mistake, and then he says, well, I'm gonna keep the run alive, which, well, that's not toxic. I think it's positive. And then he says, I'm gonna keep the run alive because apparently 39 is fucking free. That's in reference to another runner that got a 39. So I don't think that's toxic at all. I just don't see how that's toxic. Who cares? I mean, who honestly cares? And then something that's been... This is why I think this statement is defamatory. Something that's been left out in Cam's word... Check this out. Yeah, okay, he says, this reaction was out of pure frustration, which is understandable. If you speedrun a game and you're trying to get competitive times, you're going to get frustrated. That's understandable. He then says, I apologize if I hurt Potty's feelings at the time because of this. I love and respect the guy. He's an amazing speedrunner, and he deserves all the success in the world. He's not even lying about this, because he says, I DM'd him shortly after apologizing for this as well and congratulated him. Wait, I DM'd him shortly after apologizing for this as well as congratulating him. So wait, he said this statement, which isn't toxic at all, apologized for it, DM'd him and apologized for it, and then congratulated for it, and then he now claims they're friends. So this isn't toxic. This is defamatory. This is not toxic. This is deliberately made to make him look bad. It's not showing the whole picture. This is a lie, basically, made to look him bad. That's not showing the whole picture. I would not qualify this as toxic at all. I've seen way more toxic things from esports organizations to other esports organizations. I've seen way more toxic things from paid athletes all the time. And nobody thinks what they do is toxic because it's not. Well, light banter and light trash talk is not toxic. Trying to be competitive, making a mistake and getting frustrated by it, that's not toxic. Okay? Now, you could argue that he's just not a good person. Again, I think that's fine, but how do you ban somebody from a leaderboard because of your opinion of him, you don't like him? It's just insane. That's insane. It's just fucking insane. I think it was roasting someone there. Are you kidding me? Yeah, he was clearly criticizing another player. Clearly he was criticizing another player. In context, though, okay, how is it toxic to criticize another player? In context. You're in a run. You're frustrated. You made a mistake. I mean, it was a 30-second clip, dude. If there was a 4-hour VOD where he's just attacking somebody over and over, that's roasting somebody. Those are personal attacks in a 4-hour VOD. You have a 30-second clip where a 15-second clip where he makes one offhanded comment about another runner after making a mistake during a run and then apologizes for it. That's a lie, dude. That's defamation. That's a defamatory comment to make people who are on the outside, who don't know what's going on, to make him look bad. That's what defamation is. That's why I'm saying this is a defamatory statement. Deliberately designed to make the guy look bad. It's abusing this political correctness crap that we're in. That's what's going on here. Yeah, it's like a light banter. Again, I see worse shit in fucking esports organizations. 2 other esports organizations on fucking Twitter, dude. And that's fine. Nobody gives a fuck, dude. I fucking can't believe this shit, dude. What the hell is going on? Like, how is somebody getting banned for this on a leaderboard? This is ridiculous, dude. Have these people literally ever left their fucking room in their entire life? Have they ever gone outside and interacted with another fucking individual in their entire fucking lives? How is this toxic, dude? I just can't believe this shit, dude. This is blowing my mind. This is actually something they are saying that is like this horrible crime, and it's inexcusable. It's not inexcusable. That's a lie, dude. That's a blatant lie that these people are telling you guys. They're just fucking lying to you guys. Do I have a filter on speedrunner.com? I might, dude. What are you talking about? That's a fucking lie, dude. It's an absolute blatant lie. I mean, fine. Holy shit, dude. I can't fucking believe it, dude. What the fuck happened, dude? What the fuck happened, dude? BRB Team Liquid just gotta take out the trash. Holy fucking shit, dude. Holy shit, dude. 5.5 thousand likes. MSI, this is after the team. This is after G2 beat T1 in the tournament. Is this toxic? Is this ban him from the fucking tournament because they made this toxic tweet? Is that what people are fucking advocating for? This is bullshit, dude. It's absolute bullshit. And this is insane. This is absolutely insane. You have a leaderboard run by children, like literal children and mentally ill people, dude. That's what the fuck is happening to speedrunning, dude? It's insane, dude. Just this bullshit. Just insane. Like this is tilting me, dude. Like I am molding over this more than anything this year. What the fuck? And this idea that toxic behavior in general is never okay. That's a lie. That's not true at all. The people that are saying this are fucking, they're morons. They've never done anything in their life. They've never met anybody interesting in their life. They've never had an interesting conversation in their entire life. Okay, they've never actually tried to do anything in their entire fucking life, dude. Literally, who gives a shit, dude? Sometimes people are toxic, especially when people are trying to get good times in a game. If you're trying to compete and accomplish something, sometimes people get toxic. Guess what? It's okay if the reward is worth it. There's an example where it's fucking okay, dude. Also, another point, if it's a joke, it's fucking okay, dude. So I understand this like backwards attitude that you can't ever make a joke about something. I can't believe this. I can't fucking believe this, dude. Yeah, banned. You're banned on the leaderboards for this shit. You can't be serious. I'm molding, guys. I know. I gotta calm down. I'm molding over this, dude, because this is ridiculous. I mean, what is happening to speedrunning, dude? What is happening, dude? What the fuck is happening, dude? Hold up.
Missing here is that even though logically, right, think of it this way, here's the metaphor. If I was banned in League of Legends, we all know, I hope everyone understands what I'm about to say, the only reason that should ever be possible is because I did something in League of Legends.
Can you imagine that, guys? Can you imagine this attitude existing in speedrunning? This attitude exists in everything. It exists in professional games, it exists in professional league, it exists in everything. It doesn't exist in speedrunning leaderboards for some reason. There's another one that was funny too. Actually, this whole thing is fucking good. You guys should watch this. I'm gonna link it. Give it a watch on your own time. It's fucking good, dude. It's a lot of really good points made. And I think it's interesting too because you're having actual adults. I mean, like, I can't believe, I don't think adults read this, okay? I can't imagine these people are actually adults. Like, these are man children. These are children mentally that are role-playing as adults, okay? You have actual adults that are, like, actually providing interesting discussion and challenging. Abusive. This is abuse. This is abuse. That's what it is. I like to see this shit, like just dogma, evil dogma challenge. Okay, hold up. I want to find. I posted another one that I thought was good. I gotta call him. Calm me down. We're calling in. Yeah, I mean Thorn's a good. I think he's a good example because he's pretty like outrageous. Oh yeah, here we go. This one's really good too.
Right now.
See, the problem is, Monty, it's all those people like Weldon who came in and brought all their like sports psychology training, thinking.
This is different. Yeah, no, that's funny too. Yeah, this whole thing they're criticizing quite considerably about competitive drive / toxicity in esports.
Portion of the show. All right, we've got Sven on. We were just having a conversation a little bit about the Dominate ban, and I want to bring this up again because I think it's interesting to have a player perspective on it. But one of the most wild things, just in general, about the internet right now and having the visibility over esports pros is that.
You know what? I just realized watching this is considered copyrighted content. You can't watch this stuff on YouTube. You can't watch it on Twitch. So I'm going to try to skip to the points. But
if you're just in a game, Sven, and somebody else happens to be streaming and sees you talking shit to them a little bit or getting frustrated or upset, well, then you're suddenly on the hook for it. And as competitive people, you tend to be kind of aggressive because you want to win. And I don't think that there's a way, I don't think that.
Wow, is that really? Wow, guys. Wow. I mean, do speedrunners not understand this? Do speedrunners actually not understand that? I've been streaming League Pass for years, and I can't tell you how many people that get mad at me because I start raging in the game because things aren't going well. And they're like really upset, and they're like heartbroken. It's like, dude, I'm trying to do something competitively. I want to fucking win. I'm gonna be honest, I don't really fucking care about this like happy-go-lucky, everybody's a fucking, equality, like fake equality bullshit, dude. And this like pseudo-positivity crap. The only reason in time I was ever pseudo-positive was to get better times. Okay, I want to fucking win. And I can't tell you how many people just never understood that. Completely just like missed it.
There's a way to separate competitive drive with occasional shit talking. I think anyone who's competitive will do that.
Yeah. I mean, I don't disagree. I mean, I'm also kind of like, I think if you ask 9 out of 10 people on the North American server, like in solo queue, they will say I'm annoying to have in their game because I talk a lot and I tell people what.
So wait a minute, this is why Zebra or whatever, Vegas. I think you're not here anymore. I'm pretty sure you left after my raging. This idea that you're not allowed to be toxic, it's always bad. It's a high-end crime. Yeah. What do they say? Toxic behavior is never okay. It's a terrible crime. And you need to be banned on it or reprimanded on it? Okay, if you're a moderator, I think you should be reprimanded on it. Sven would not be a fucking community representative. Yes, I agree. It's the same with a moderator. You should not be a community representative. You literally have a high-paid League of Legends pro. High-paid. I don't know how much money he makes. He makes a lot of fucking money. Saying 9 out of 10 competitive people are going to tell you they don't like me because I'm annoying, because I want to win. And you have these fucking losers in speedrunning saying, no, it's toxicity. It's never fucking okay. That's because people in speedrunning live in this fucking social justice bubble. They know like there's nothing going on in their fucking lives, dude. They don't know anything about the real world or actually winning, dude. Actually being successful. Actually trying to go for something, putting yourself out there, failing for it time and time again, and eventually achieving it. These fucking loser speedrunners don't know that. They don't know that drive. They don't know how to win, dude. And so they just assume it's never okay. It's always bad. That's just bullshit. That's just absolute fucking bullshit, dude. It's just a fucking lie in every capacity, dude. You know who's one of the most toxic professionals ever, dude? Michael fucking Jordan, dude. Did you know that? I don't think most people don't know that. The guy was incredibly toxic. He was constantly yelling at people, constantly angry at his teammates and shit. It's because he had an incredible hyper-competitive drive, dude. I can't believe the attitude. I can't believe it, dude. It's so backwards. There's so much evidence to suggest that's not true. Where is the evidence to suggest that being toxic is never okay? Is there any evidence for that, like anywhere online? Is there any evidence for that on this planet? That you're not allowed to be toxic ever? It's always a bad thing. Because people keep making that claim, yet there's no fucking evidence for it. It's a false claim. It's a false claim made to make people look bad. It's made to make competition look bad. It just blows my mind, dude. I can't believe this. I'm actually in shock right now. CNBC article. Michael Jordan was a jerk, says teammates, but it helped them win championships. Wait a minute, so it's actually good sometimes. Wait, so it's actually good sometimes to be toxic. It's a good thing to be an asshole sometimes, dude, because it helps motivate other people to fucking win. And you get losers with no life experience and no wins, 0 wins under their belt, saying that you're never allowed to be toxic. That's propaganda. That's propaganda designed to make you dislike yourself. It's propaganda designed to make you feel bad about yourself for trying to do something and it being difficult. That's what's really going on here, guys. That's why it's called alpha gaming, and this is why they're called losers. Not you, Vegas. I think you're still a good person. Yeah, this guy. This guy's a fucking loser, dude. That's what's really going on here. He's a fucking loser, dude. And you guys know why they banned this guy today? You guys know why they banned, he got banned today? I'll show you. It's because this game literally came out today. Crash Bandicoot 4 is stuck in the 90s. Yeah, this game literally came out today. That's why they banned him. Because this guy is a massive loser. That's what's really going on. And I don't think that's fair. I think it's moderation abuse. I think that's toxic. I think it's abusive. I think it goes against the spirit of speedrunning. I think it goes against the spirit of leaderboards. I think it goes against the spirit of speedrunner.com until they change their stance on it. I'm sure speedrunner.com will cave to this stuff and then start giving the okay for banning people for any fucking reason at all. And at that point, we're going to start campaigning to get off speedrunner.com because the website is toxic. The website is anti-speedrunning. It's backwards and it's abusive. But that hasn't happened yet, so. I'm just a viewer. I don't think you're a bad person, dude. I'm not trying to. If you get that impression from me, I'll deny it. I don't think you're a bad person. But I think this attitude, this abusive attitude, that not you, dude. This abusive attitude is insanely unfair. It's just genuinely unfair, and I do think that, what is his name? Cameron is probably not the most morally aligned person. I do think he's probably not the most innocent person either, as a lot of people have said he has sent a dick pic to somebody. A high-level crime. Wow, it's only like, what, 50% of men have done that probably? I've sent a fucking dick pic to girls. Do you guys know that? I sent a fucking dick pic to girls. I'm one of the most moral people you will ever meet in your life regarding drugs, alcohol, and sex. I don't think there's anybody as moral as me regarding drugs, alcohol, and sex in the speedrunning community. At least let them come forward. Yet, even I sent a dick pic to a girl. So, how many guys have sent dick pics to girls? And this one wasn't like fully in context. I've never done that. Well, good on you, man. I'm telling you, dude, if you send a dick pic to a girl, or if she sends nudes to you, the relationship is completely done. It's over. It's just done. That's the unfortunate reality. In fact, if you have premarital sex with a girl, the relationship's completely over. That's actually the 2020 way to not get Me Too'd. I learned this. Just don't have sex with her until you get married. Because if you meet a female coomer, If you meet a one of these like drugged up liberal girls that are like addicted to sex, they'll break up with you. They'll either cheat on you or they'll break up with you. And if they cheat on you, it's not actually a loss because it's their real personality has come forward. Basically, you just fast forwarded. Yeah, think about it like that. Like if you marry one of these like mentally ill women, liberal girls that is very unhealthy, abusive, one of these abusive women. If you get in a marriage with them, these porn addicts. Imagine what happens if you get married to one of these like either sex addicts or one of these porn addicts. They're gonna divorce you. They're gonna cheat on you or divorce you. Or they're gonna fuck you over. No question. So you need to prevent that. Like you need the ultimate shit test, and the ultimate shit test in 2020 is just don't sleep with them until you get married, because they're gonna if they're a good person, I think they'll understand that. If they're a bad person, if they are one of these sex addicts or one of these female coomers, they'll cheat on you and they'll fast forward that process a good 10 or 20 years. It's like problem solved. I never trust them anyway, dude. Incel game. Well, you'd be a volcel. You would be a volcel technically, to be fair. I'm not sure that one counts. She was the luckiest girl in the world. But wait, what do they always say? What do they always say? Like, I need to find myself. I feel like I need to find myself. You know. What they say another thing too. I'm assuming someone got cucked. No, a guy got banned on the speedrunning leaderboards because he made very, very light banter, and he sent a dick pic while drunk. He sent a dick pic to a drunk girl. While drunk, he sent a dick pic to a drunk girl. Apparently, the girl wrote an anonymous pastement about it, and he got banned on the leaderboards for this. Literally, that's literally what happened. I'm not exaggerating. I'm not being propaganda right now. There's a lot of propaganda on this show. That's not propaganda. That's actually quite literally what happened. Yes, that's what happened. Like, if you think that's insane, if you actually think it's fucking insane, that's how far speedrunning and social justice and political correctness has invaded speedrunning, and it's ruining it. It's at least ruining the leaderboards. If your girl knows what pastement is, she's not hot. Probably, dude. Probably. Yeah, it's literally an anonymous pastement from somebody that is heavily drugged. In their words, was heavily drugged, depressed, often severely depressed, and fought with suicidal thoughts and attempts. We have an anonymous account from them while they were drunk, and the guy was drunk. Sexual harassment. You know what that is, guys? That's what happens when you get involved with abusive women. They want to ruin your life. Their main goal is to ruin your life. And they're going to try to bait you into ruining your life. And so they're going to get you to do something. And then years down the line, they're going to me too you. Or if they can get you married, they're going to divorce you. Or they're going to, steal the kids. Or they're going to cheat on you and do emotional manipulation for years on end. So you're gonna be banned. I should be banned on the leaderboards. I should be banned on the Link to Paths leaderboards based on this, and based on the burglar case. I'm saying incel shit. What did I say? What are you criticizing that I said? Are you talking about the abusive women thing? I think it's pretty like fair. I don't think anything about that is See, you're criticizing it. So I don't think anything I said is like justifiably criticizable with what you're saying. What sort of weapons do you use against suicidal thoughts? World records, dude. Making a good effort in a video game. Women think criticism is abuse. I think what's abusive is to... I think think he's. I think there's a lot of abusive women that basically live their life on porn, casual sex, and male attention and male validation. And what this does is it creates a highly dangerous cocktail for themselves, and they spread that out to the rest of the world, to men. I think that's what's creating this issue. That's where I'm coming from. So if that's what you mean by incel shit, well, I'll stand by it. I mean, that's where it's coming from. I actually, absolutely think that. Actually, Milan Kundera, that's really funny that you say that, because the UK government and Google thinks that any form of disagreement is harassment. This is another reason I don't think he sexually harassed her at all. I think it's just absolute bullshit. Absolutely, completely nuts. Like, literally, if you're saying he sexually harassed her, I'm saying provide some proof of that, because there's no proof of it. There's no proof of it, and her account of it is just it's just nonsense. Wait, no, they changed this. They changed this, guys. It was different earlier, remember? Remember when Clayton got arrested? I do, yeah. This was different earlier, remember? Ah, here we go. This is what showed up earlier. But I Googled this earlier. Some of you were here. Harassment is unwanted behavior which you find offensive or which makes you feel intimidated or humiliated. So it's literally anything that you don't like. Harassment by the citizensadvice.org is literally anything that you don't like. So this is another reason I just can't qualify as harassment. Like, I mean, if you're going to qualify that as sexual harassment, well, like literally anything sexual harassment. You know, if somebody DMs you, if somebody tweets you, it's sexual harassment. If I tweet a girl, hey babe, that's sexual harassment, right? So it's like at that point, it's just to me, it's not. I am gay, so I can't speak on heterosexual relationships. Only the one I had where there was zero attraction. It sounds like incel shit. Wait, so you're criticizing my perspective, yet you admittedly don't have authority on it. I don't feel like that's fair. I mean, you're criticizing my perspective and you're attacking my character, but I don't think you're coming from I don't think it's fair what you're saying. Why are you criticizing what I'm saying? Maybe that's a better way to look at it. Why are you criticizing what I'm saying? Like, I am saying that a lot of women they grow up addicted to porn and addicted to casual sex, right? And either they're just abused when they're younger. Maybe it's all three, and they grow up no value, no understanding of value in relationships, a very low respect and value for men. And when they put this out onto men in society, and then their goal is to basically to ruin men. Absolutely. I'm generalizing too much. How? Is it the porn addiction? I'm not making an argument. It's a logical truth that everything incels say is false. Is it the porn addiction? I can pass the porn stigma to you. I'm not trying to, dude, because it's not good, dude. I know it's that's good, dude, but it's not good, dude. It's really, this is part of the issue in society right now. I'm generalizing women. And I said that a lot of women are grown up, like too many. They grow up on porn. They get addicted to porn. They get addicted to male validation, male attention, and they get addicted to casual sex. That's not a generalization of all women. I said it's a problem in society. It's a growing problem in society, and there's a larger than they should be percent of the female population like that. That's not a generalization of women at all. And I think if you criticized, maybe you're saying there's no women are addicted to porn, and casual sex is a good thing. That's something we could argue about, because I could bring up studies for that, but I don't really want to. And I think most people agree with me on that. So, imagine having a porn addicted girlfriend who wanted you to do increasingly degrading things to her. It's a shame too, and one thing I think is a huge shame is these women don't have functional relationships, and they don't know how to build functional relationships with men. How is it a problem? How is porn addiction a problem? And how is I think actually I do think this is why I think it's a problem. So I personally, I strongly, I think porn is unnatural. And by that I mean that it's too accessible, and it's too much of it, right? It's too much volume and it's too accessible. So this is my two criticisms of porn. And so what happens is it erodes and it changes your reward system in your brain, your natural reward system. So that's why I say it's unnatural. Your reward system's affected and it's changed. And I think your behaviors as a result change. So I think that's one reason it's bad. And then also, I think casual sex and casual hookups and sexual, I don't know, what's the word? Immorality is really bad because of the ability to, not the ability, I think it ruins people's respect for commitment, right? And that's how I equate that to the opposite sex, basically. So to create a structured and a functional family, you need commitment. Like, it's just impossible without it, right? So that's what's being destroyed. It's being eroded. And it comes from these two things about sexual, and I don't want to say freedom. I think freedom's a very good thing. The problem is you're not free. Like, if you're told from a young age, like a very young age, your entire life that having casual sex and casual hookups is a very good thing, and men who abstain from having sex before marriage are evil, and women who have as much casual hookups and degrade men as much as possible is a very good thing. If you're told to do that your entire life, and then you go out and enact that, that's not freedom. Freedom would be given the choice to do either. So, yeah, I think it's destructive. I think it's destructive. You're right in the case of addiction. I think you're blowing out of proportion. I think it's not that big of a problem. How would you solve this as well? I actually think I don't agree with that. I think it's a big problem. And I showed a statistic earlier, and we actually looked at a study earlier as well. So I don't agree with that. And I think there's a growing issue in the political environment. And actually, I'm glad we are talking about this, guys, because I always say this. I'm not really into politics. Social politics I'm into. I'm actually very into social politics. Traditional politics, I don't care about that much, but social politics I think are very interesting. And we're getting into this is a study about mental illness in the left. So these are some alarming numbers to me, and this is why I say this is a problem. This is a problem. It's a growing problem. It's getting worse, and it's definitely a thing. And this is a guy who made the study, and I can post the study. I haven't read the whole study, and it's not a perfect study. But based on this, there is clearly a mental health issue on the left. And I thought this kind of like shocked me a little bit. Okay, percent have ever personally received treatment for mental health problems. On the left, it's higher for women and men. It's actually the same for women across the board. It's slightly higher for women on the one. But this is ever personally received treatment. So that could be scary, because if you just look at percent ever had mental health problems, notice for women it's at 44% for extremely liberal. That's a bit alarming for me. That's a bit scary. And this black bar right here, this is the variance, because they don't. So notice the variance for extremely conservative is high, which I think makes sense. The variance for extremely liberal is very high. It's 80%. So apparently 80% of extremely liberal women have ever had mental health problems. I think that's alarming, especially with the nature the political world is going, and how the extremely liberal is becoming extremely common. In fact, it's becoming standardized for a lot of women. If you're not extremely liberal, you don't fit in. Like women will adopt these ideas without really understanding them. Especially with the mental health crisis of women right now, and the male-female relationship crisis that's happening. A lot of men are not red-pilling these women back into society. So again, these are just numbers. They're not proving anything. So for example, underwent counseling for mental or emotional problems for the past 12 months. Notice that men and women are both undergoing counseling. And then this is just mean days. Percent has emotional or mental disability. So notice it's much higher for men than for women. Up to 40%. 40%? That's half almost of extremely liberal men. So it's pretty easy to find extremely liberal men if you just go to Twitter. I mean, how many of these extremely liberal men can you find? When you get radical in other direction. Yeah, you actually see that in this study. So in general, conservative men are kind of normal. But notice consistently the variation for conservative men and women is much higher. And I think it's very reasonable. Yeah, can somebody find me an extremely liberal woman on Twitter just like find some crazy just one of these fucking nutcases. There's a bunch. I'm sure they're easy to find. Oh yeah, there's several issues in this study. It's self-rated. Okay, self-rated isn't good. I think liberals are more likely to self-rate themselves as mentally ill, and I also think it's much less likely for for conservative people to rate themselves as mentally ill. It's also much less likely they have less access to it as well. So that's another issue, and it needs to be factored in. But the reason I actually take this study for what it is because personally, just walking around both Eugene, Oregon, being on Twitter, and seeing a lot of this stuff play out in my adult life, I think these are fairly consistent. I think these charts are actually fairly consistent. So I take this for what it is, even though it is self-rated, and there are obviously like sampling issues. Where do they sample these people? How many people do they sample? You know, I'm curious about that. I think leftists might be more likely to report mental health problems when they exist. Also more likely to report mental health problems when none exist. Absolutely, user. Plus, again, talk about a conservative guy in Iowa, in the middle of nowhere. Do you think he is likely to report a mental health problem? To me, seems very unlikely. Now, do you think he even has access to a psychiatrist? I don't think he does. So if you look at population distributions of where liberal and conservative people live, you're definitely going to see more even reported cases. So I do believe that there is a sampling issue here, and then there's also the issue that this is self-rated. But again, I'm going to take these for what they are, because in my personal anecdotal day-to-day livelihood and on Twitter, this is true. This is very true. So I think this is very true. Hey, Owlphila, go on Twitter and type in resist Trump and you'll find a ton of them. Very good point. Oh yeah, I think there's another issue with I just found the account today in resist Trump. It's an entire Twitter account actually. If I missed any chat messages, I know I did. Just feel free to repost them. I'm not waiting for marriage though. I just went ahead today. Well, power to you. I actually do believe in freedom. Like, I actually do believe in freedom in that regard. Like, I'm not trying to. I don't want to force people to not do it. I do think it's mentally much healthier to not. Every woman I've ever been with has wanted to get choked and hit hard to bed. Yeah. That's reality, dude. That's the reality that these beta gaming, leftist, liberal, they're mentally unhealthy. They don't realize. Like, they just don't realize how the real world works. New post from a full mod on the Mega Man X forum thread. Okay, yeah, let's check that out, dude. Yeah, I think it's a self-respect problem too, Hero Logic. I absolutely think if with casual sex and with porn, absolutely there's a self-respect and a respect for your partner, your future partner, and for your future children, right? Absolutely. So I don't understand how you can fap to porn and like get off to that and be married. I don't understand that makes any sense. There's clearly you do not respect your partner in that regard, and I absolutely. So that's another issue I think with porn is just like a huge question mark. Undiagnosed or untreated mental health problems would not be accounted for this. See, I don't think it's junk data. It is like you should ask questions, but I don't think it's junk data. But yeah, I addressed why. There are problems with with healthcare access to. Yeah, I think I mentioned that. Am I going to check out the MMX thing? Chris said, yeah, oh yeah, sorry, I was ranting about stuff. We're going to check that out, dude. 19% of white Americans receive mental health services compared to less than 9% of African Americans. Well, wouldn't that be a good thing for African Americans? Or maybe their society is more mentally healthy. Or maybe, yeah, they for whatever reason, they're not accessing it as much. See, there's two ways to look at this, and actually, it's the same with political dogma from people like Resist Trump, because they say that black people, African Americans, are an underprivileged class, and that therefore they need affirmative action or something. I think there's two sides of that. Like that's a double-bladed edge, because if you agree with that, suddenly you're underprivileged. Like suddenly you're not as qualified. Like being underprivileged, that's unfortunately what it means. It means you're not as qualified for whatever. Like being privileged is a good thing. It's not a bad thing. It's actually a good thing. Like imagine if you are privileged in a video game competition. You have the best times. You're the best at the game, right? Because you're privileged. You're innately better at it for whatever reason. It doesn't matter why. So unfortunately, that's not a good thing. And I think a lot of this political dogma that says, hey, black people, you know, everyone's racist, everyone hates you, you're really, really oppressed your whole entire life, like cops hate you. If you agree with that, like you are kind of accepting that, like you're kind of like resigning, you know, winning in a sense. And I don't think it's fair. I don't think it's true. I don't think it's fair. I do think there's problems in African American societies, or a lot of them, generally, if you generalize them, which is fair. I think there are problems. So maybe there's another way to address it. But I think a lot of the dogma isn't healthy. It's not healthy. It's not healthy. And it's not actually solving the problems. It's definitely not solving the problems. It's perpetuating the problems. Marriage is cringe. You lose half your shit if you get cucked. Well, that is true, like legally. And I think it's such a shame. I hate that. I think it's such a shame. But conceptually, no. Conceptually you lose all of your shit, right? Okay. Yeah, I really support marriage as an idea. The legality part of it is like kind of a nightmare. I don't think it's a very good thing. I think legally getting married is pointless. Like I'm not sure. I know there's like tax laws and that, but there's a lot of risks. There's a lot of risks. I've never played Crusader Kings now. Yeah, marriage is a disaster. The current state of marriage is an absolute disaster. I will never have intercourse with a woman before I get married with her, mostly because of that risk. Because what happens is, first of all, it devalues the relationship, and it devalues her considerably, which is bad. But then the other problem, if you do that, is that she'll leave you, and then it's like you just GG'd yourself. Yeah, so let's check out this foremost. Ah, fuck my... Who followed this? So if you guys don't know, this is a mutual account. It's not actually my account. It's solely my account. it's a mutual account. So somebody logged into this account and followed this game, and I don't care. Like, why? So every time somebody beats my 101, which is a terrible time, I get like a tag. I get tagged for it. "25 minutes ago, is a reply. Is this the one you're talking about? Habrino. Okay. Okay, very interesting. This is big. This is very big. So I think this might address my forum complaint as well. Well, let's read it. Let's see what we get, because it does matter. It does matter. And this guy doesn't like me too. I'll say that much. But this isn't about me. So, see, I hope people are aware, like, can push past their biases. Like, a lot of people in speedrunning don't like me. They just don't like me, and they're just going to discount anything I say. And so if I say something, they'll take the opposite approach. They'll take the opposite side of the argument. Even though in reality it's much more nuanced, and this has nothing to do with me. Like, I don't play Mega Man X. So this guy who I have a history with, he has problems with me. Like, he blocked me on Twitter, I think. No. I think he was just flaming me on Twitter. I think this guy was just flaming me on Twitter. I don't think he actually blocked me. No, he didn't. It was either him or another guy. I'm pretty sure this is the guy that was flaming me on Twitter. How can you be a super mod and then you're going around flaming people? Like, I just don't get that. And that's what I brought up earlier, Vegas. It's like, I agree. If you're a moderator, you should absolutely not be flaming people, even if it's in a joking context, which I don't buy that shit. But yeah, so I don't agree with this. I want to state that even prior to this thread having been made, this issue had been looked into by site staff. That said, we still have not come to a conclusion on what, if any, actions will be taken on this. Though in light of a few more recent events, I wanted to state that we are aware of this situation for a bit. Do not confuse inaction with inattention. I suppose the mass ping on Twitter was a bit much, really. So that was me. Do you guys see what I'm saying? Do you guys see what I'm saying? He doesn't like me. That's talking about me. That's not even addressing the fucking post, dude. That's me. That's literally me. I'll show you the fucking masking. And it's not a bit much. This guy's being a fucking jackass. It's not a bit much. He just doesn't like me and is trying to abuse that, dude. This is a fucking this is such bullshit, dude. You gotta be fucking kidding me, dude. Yeah, I'll show you guys the mass ping that he's mad about, dude. He can go fuck himself, because guess what, dude? You never responded to my shit for like 6 days. You still haven't responded to it. How the fuck am I supposed to know? So guess what? I just pinged the fucking site stuff. Am I gonna ping one guy? No, I'll ping everybody, dude. Give me a fucking break, dude. Okay. Yeah, I just said my Twitter. My timeline's pretty funny, dude. Yeah, I like how he responds in a thread. I can't even reply to him, dude. Go fuck yourself, dude. How about that? September 28th. So I guess it was 1 day ago. Like, okay, I mean, okay, it wasn't that long. I was wrong there. He says you can always add them. Speedrunner.com has a Twitter account, as does Pack, Cabrino, Dav, and Chicken. They always recommend using social media. This isn't much. Based on what Crisco told me, he says they recommend using social media. He says you can always add them. They have a Twitter account, and then he even mentions their name. That's not a bit much. So literally go fuck yourself, dude. It was not, dude. It was not. Look, I actually support the lengthy process. I support the lengthy process if they make a good decision. If they simply vote on it, I can go fuck themselves. But if they actually come to a good decision and critically think about it with good justifications, I support a lengthy process. I'm not against it at all. Same thing happened with Billy Mitchell and Todd Rogers. It was like a really overextended process. I supported that. So I don't agree. I think it's totally fine. Like, I'm not criticizing that. There are a lot of factors at play, a lot of opinions and facts to consider, and also thoughts on past and potential future precedent. Absolutely agree, and I say take as long as you need to. I absolutely agree, 100%. Very good point. There's a lot of internal discussion and debate on the topic for many reasons. I also support that. I think there should be debate. Like, they need to debate it as much as they can. Well, I'd also like to say that hopefully we can find a solution that will appease everybody. I can safely say at the end of the day, there will be people unhappy with the decision. Okay, it's fair. I think it's true. I mean, you know, if one person disagrees with another, you have to make a decision. And actually, I will also say if they make a decision that I don't agree with, I'm just gonna keep flaming the Speedrunner.com and the staff. So I'm not even gonna hide that. Like obviously I'm gonna flame them. But no, I support this. Like this paragraph, I strongly support. I have reached out to a few people myself for thoughts and opinions. I know I haven't reached out to everyone, so I'd like to ask that if you have pertinent thoughts on the situation, share them via site messaging. Be concise. Okay, I actually might DM him some of my stuff. Yeah, no, honestly, overall, I support this. I think this is great. I appreciate them just making a response and saying, hey, we're doing things. Something that the failure of the Mega Man X leaderboards community never did. The failing Mega Man X moderators, they never did this. They never told us why Caleb was banned. They never said why Berg Alert was banned. They never made a post that's saying, hey, we will make a post in the future. They never did any of that. I think the Mega Man X mods failed completely. I think the SRC staff has actually, they met me halfway on this, and I appreciate that a lot, and I support them a lot. Except for this fucking this subtweet right here, dude. What the fuck? All right, we gotta put this on Twitter. Speedrunning is dying so fast. Well, yeah, speedrunning is not even dying. It's like the heart of speedrunning is dying. Like speedrunning as a value is dying, but like as an identity, it's not. Like as a search term, it's much higher. It's the highest it's ever been, actually. But as an identity, it's definitely like, maybe it's just changing. Maybe it's just changing. Yeah, I'll try to get an interview. I can almost certainly guarantee you he does not like me at all, and I don't think he's gonna even say anything. But yeah, we'll try to. Yeah, there's like almost no way he's gonna. The ZSR staff hate my guts because I told them to go fuck themselves in 2018 when they like demodded me for no fucking reason. They just never liked me, dude. Is there a correlation between people who see doctors on a regular basis to one graph and dipshits with banjos who think Trump is Jesus so they can nuke hurricanes to the others? That's pretty funny. That's actually pretty funny. This guy comments, and I think you're watching Precious Roy. I actually think you're watching Precious Roy because this guy's one of my bigger fans. But he like responds to all of my comments, and usually they're just annoying and like missing the point. But this one's actually kind of funny. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Right. We gotta put that on Twitter. SRC site admin responded to my criticisms and complaints, in my opinion, a good. Wait, how about let's say a and a fair way. I appreciate it. I hope this is nice. This is the first fair thing I've seen regarding the MX drama. The MX people have completely failed in their job and their duties, and have outed themselves as bigoted and abusive. I hope unfortunately Roy looks like a groomer. I don't know. He's probably not as bad of a guy as the impression that he gives off. He's probably not that bad of a guy. Like, I think if somebody wants to reply to every single thing I tweet and say something stupid, or even like expose me, like who's that guy R2D2? I think they should. I think they have a right. I mean, some people will say you don't have a right to respond to people's tweets. You can't block them. Okay. But I think fundamentally, I think fundamentally people do have a right, and I don't think censoring them or silencing them is really the solution. I think it's corporations that ruin this shit. They smell money and they come in trying to make it friendly for the largest audience, alienating the original community. Oh, do you mean for speedrunning or just in general? I actually think there should be more money in speedrunning, and I made this comment earlier. I think if there was more money, it wouldn't actually solve any. Well, I don't think it would fix the community, but I think what it would do is it would solve a lot of problems. It would introduce other problems, but there would be more money, and there would be more integrity for competition. So I think there should be money involved. I wish there was more money involved, purely because I think it would just benefit the competition, and then also I would have more money. But I think there should be more money involved. But yeah, I don't think it would actually solve. It wouldn't necessarily solve problems, because there would be new problems. there would be new problems that are created, and like look at the League of Legends scene, for example. There's a lot of issues in that community. Like Riot Games is really controlling, and a lot of people hate Riot Games for this reason. Okay, there's a problem that's not solved. Another problem is the amount of match fixing. The amount of match fixing in Chinese and Korean games, at least back in the day. Riot has more control, but in China, not really. Well, that's a problem. Another problem is, oh yeah, the amount of illegal money that's passed around in the Chinese. I don't know if you guys realize like how much money. I don't know if you guys realize like how much money the League of Legends players make. Like in China, a lot of their pros, like the high-end pros, like make like anywhere from like 500,000 to like several million a year. I want to say like 10 million a year. The high-end pros. So I've heard reports of like high of 6 figures to low 7 figures for a high-end Korean player that never won Worlds. So look at a high-end Korean player that did win Worlds. How much is he getting paid? At least 7 figures. Look at, and these aren't even the good players. Like a lot of these players aren't even good. Look at the best Chinese players. I mean, how much money are they making? Like it must be at least 3, 4, 5, 10 million a year, no question. But in China, the money's all under the table. And I've heard one thing. I heard this recently. The money in Chinese League of Legends, it doesn't leave China. So if like let's say you're a Korean player and you're offered like 800 grand a year to play League of Legends. Hey, well, I'll take that, you know. You don't have to do well, you don't have to win, none of that matters. They'll just give you a check. It's like, great, dude, sign me up. That money doesn't exist outside of China. It's only in China. So a lot of these players just are committed to living in China for basically the rest of their life. Or what they'll do is, for a long time. So another thing that happens is I heard it was a completely different thing, but I just say in Asian, they'll buy buildings. They'll actually, in Asian esports, they'll buy buildings. They'll actually offer you like a building, like an office building, or like a fucking, literally buy you a building. And then they'll pay you in buildings because they can get the money. It's like, it's easier to move around, all this like illegal money or like sketchy money. So, whenever money comes and profit motive comes in, then shit goes haywire. Some problems are solved. I mean, it does cause new problems. You're right about GDQ, actually. Yeah, absolutely. In GDQ, you can play a game where you decapitate people. Yeah, it's crazy, man. That doesn't make any sense. GDQ turned into a monster corporation. The snowflakes started to take over. Yeah. See, I think Speedrunner lost its heart in 2013. Well, no, it didn't. Yeah, maybe 2016, dude. See, for me, it was 2017. I guess, like, if the competitive side had more money, like, that's where I wish the competitive side of speedrunning had more money. There's no money in the competitive side of speedrunning. I want to make sure you're aware you can follow more people than W. Perhaps get the confirmation bias. Well, you know what? Sasori, I support it. Does he actually follow Roosh? Alright, it's pretty base, dude. Pretty base. I like how Roosh follows 0 people. I actually toned down my following list, too. Hey, I mean, I don't know if Sasori. I don't know if that's the Naruto person, but that's the only Sasori I know, dude. Yeah, dude. Pretty based, I'd say, dude. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. Sasori is one of the most underrated Akatsuki for power scaling. Like, do you guys ever do power scaling? If you guys ever do like Naruto power scaling, this guy is one of the most underrated Akatsuki. Absolutely. I think he got cheesed by freaking Sakura, and then a particular specialist shinobi that had a very deliberate, specific advantage against him. He got cheesed by them combined. It made him look really weak, but this guy's actually really fucking powerful. Like, potentially top 4. Potentially. I think, no question, Pain, Itachi are like top 2, no question. And then, and Toby. There's no question those guys are top 3. This guy might be like 4th or 5th. He's actually like a kind of a Hulk. Speedrunning began to decline in 2013. You know, the GDQ definitely did. I don't know if speedrunning did. Like, competitively, it has seriously declined, especially this year. It seemed to take a huge hit. It's just a shame. It is a shame, dude. It is such a shame that it would have happened to the competitive nature. And I mean, the thing that I love, dude, there's virtually no competitive side. It's such a shame, dude. It's so sad, dude. Like, you guys know why I like competitive speedrunning? Like, I like competitive speedrunning. I like speedrunning a lot. I like competitive speedrunning. I don't like trivia and speedrunning. I don't care about it at all. And I don't give a shit about epic speedrunning cringe. I don't care. Like, no part of me cares. This stuff does very well on YouTube, and that's great. And I'm actually, you know, I've changed my perspectives a lot on this over the years. I support that. And I in no way care at all about for fun speedrunning. It's very uninteresting to me. I very much like competitive speedrunning, and it is just so fucking dead. And it's not the competitive part of speedrunning that makes it dead. I don't think competition is actually something that's looked down on or is bad in general. But for whatever reason in speedrunning, it is discarded. It's been completely discarded. I think it's a shame, and I blame GDQ, but it's been discarded. There are speedrun pace spins that date back as far as 2013. Yeah, I mean, like, I think it's just, I don't even think speedrun is declining. I think it's just changing, and the change is clearly a decline for competitive aspect, but everyone was suddenly a political expert and wrote novels on Twitter. Yeah. What the fuck is that? See, I think it's actually a societal problem. I think it's a societal problem in gaming. Oh yeah, the reason I like competitive speedrunning so much is because you get better speedrun times. You actually get better speedrun times. And speedrunning uniquely, compared to a lot of other stuff, that's different than a lot of other stuff, is that if you get a better speedrun time, it is objectively better than a historical run. So in Melee, you could argue that the players now are objectively better than the players from 2005. Sure. But they're not directly playing against each other, so we don't really know. But in Link to the Past, for example, if I get a 123.07, it's objectively faster run than a 123.09, like objectively. Or even a 136, right? No, there's no question. And context and history doesn't matter. It's objectively faster. And I like to see these times get slightly better over a very long period of time. So to me, that's like really cool. And I think it's like really sick. And like, you are maxing it out. There's no way to max it out outside of the competitive value, outside of that competitive integrity and competitive value. Now, if there was a huge bounty, maybe, but that would be competition, I would say. There's no other way to max these times out, and you need competition for that. So I love that competitive value just for the heart of speedrunning and for the heart of success in speedrunning. So I think that it's such a shame that competitive speedrunning is basically dead. If I got paid more money to speedrun Link to the Past and it's more consistent, I'd probably play it, honestly. There's just no guarantee to play Link to the Past. I don't get that many viewers. I get a lot of donations and gift subs, but it's from It's from a few people, and unfortunately, I don't get any viewers. I don't know how long that's gonna go. You know, I don't know in the future if that's gonna change. I don't read the rule set, so it's like there's a lot of things that like it's not worth running. It's not worth running the game. It's very difficult. The game's very difficult too. But if there was like more money and it was guaranteed, I'd probably run the game, honestly. So it's just and if I probably ran the game, I'd probably have better times. I would even run the SRC category, which I hate the SRC category, or I hate that it's a category in SRC. I'm not going to run that category. I don't like that category. Like if I started playing League to Pass again, I wouldn't even run that category. But if there was money involved, I would run that category. So you'd actually get a higher level of competition. So I think I like competitive speedrunning for that reason. Category drama ruins a lot. Yeah, and I think if there was money involved, that would be fixed. I mean, do you guys realize that competitive esports pros actually have opinions? They actually have beliefs. And not all these beliefs are sane or they really should be shared in public. And they actually do bad things. But none of that happens during their career because if it happens, they get fined. So they just don't do it. They just don't do it. So it's actually like, it's more moral to have more money. It's immoral that there's no money because no money means that people have no reason to be moral. It's actually immoral. It's immoral that there's no money. How about that spin? I agree with the direct democracy thing, and it's one of my major criticisms about the whole community bullshit. It's like, who says these people are the community? I have always believed the community of a speedrun is exactly the people that speedrun the game. If you speedrun the game, you're part of the community. And if you don't, you're not part of the community. It doesn't matter who you're talking to, where you speedrun the game. None of that matters. It's irrelevant. You have to run the game. If you're running the game, you're speedrunning it. You're part of the community. That's always been my opinion. So how do you ban somebody from this community? This doesn't make any sense. And then on top of that, how do you regulate who's in the community and who's not in the community? It doesn't make any sense. So I think that's why it's abusive. I think that's why when you have people like Walrus Prime, who's created this image that he's a super mod in the community and he runs the leaderboards and he's just randomly banning people because he doesn't like them. This is abusive. This is an absolute abuse. And I think people like this guy clearly have personal issues. I hope he's able to overcome those personal issues. But I mean, this is clearly just abusive. It's just unfair. I think it's a good double-edged sword, actually. And I've talked about this in my last video. I think there's more freedom right now than there's ever been in society, in history. And I think that freedom is going on an upward winning trend. And these loser political correctness, SJW, crazy people who are pro-censorship and pro-cultural Marxism, these people who keep censoring our runs like Walrus Prime, who's just ban people, doesn't tell you why you're banned, and they just censor your runs and they don't tell you why. And claim you're racist, sexist, and bigoted. He claimed these things of Burglar with absolutely no repercussions, no evidence. He did not claim these from a genuine place either. I mean, he just made these like really severe, I mean, I would say pretty serious claims. No evidence at all for these. There's no accountability here at all. But I think we're actually winning this battle. And I think they're trying to make it look like we're losing the battle. People like Walrus Prime and people like the hysterical, unfair, and abusive people that banned Cam. It's great. Yeah, the unfair people that banned Cam, I would say that they are losing this battle, and they're trying to make it look like they're winning the battle. So I'll retweet this too. Okay, he also said yesterday he was diagnosed with pericarditis. While it's not serious, it could be, if I'm not careful, I'm sorry if it means I'm streaming less, a really painful to deal with. Okay, hope he's able to do better. I don't know what that is. Inflammation in the pericardium. Oh, yikes, that's terrible. So I hope he's able to do better. And I think this is actually an actual serious issue. And it also goes to show people's humanity. And when you just randomly ban people and then claim they're you just randomly ban people and then claim that they're sexually harassing people, and they're really toxic. Their personality is toxic. They are fundamentally toxic people, and there's nothing to do that can change that. They even said it's the final decision. That's abusive, and it's dehumanizing. That needs to stop. Like, this actually has to stop in the speedrunning community. These people need to be removed. Like, this guy needs to be demodded removed from the Discord and demodded from the leaderboards. He should absolutely not be a moderator on the leaderboards. This person is like borderline inhuman. I think when you read shit like this, it's like, well, wait a minute. You know, there's more serious stuff than political games. I mean, this is a political game. Yeah, it's that's what I'm saying. It's ridiculous, dude. It's completely ridiculous. This isn't empowering. It's not productive. It's not solving problems. They never even talked to him, dude. I'm pretty sure in a statement he said they never even addressed him. They just banned him. They didn't even tell him. I want to back that point up. If I'm wrong there, I'm pretty sure he said that. So I want to find that where he said that. Okay, I'm not. Today, after getting out of the shower, I find out that I was kicked and banned from a community. Yeah, so they just banned him. They never asked for his opinion. They never told him. They never told him he was accused of being a sexual abuser. I mean, they basically said he's a sexual he sexually harassed somebody. They literally claimed that from him. I mean, what if this guy's real name isn't? What if this guy's full name links with his Twitter? And then his employer searches his name, his Twitter comes up, they do a brief search on his Twitter. They find out he's a sexual harasser. But there's no evidence of him sexually harassing, and these Twitter mods, his employers aren't going to read through this shit, so they're just like, whatever. I mean, come on. How's that fair? This is like clear defamation. Do you guys know what the Sixth Amendment is of the Constitution of the United States? I said this earlier. You have a right for people, when they accuse you of something, to know who accused you of it. You don't see the speedrun stuff as political? Well, so some of it is political. Like, a lot of the speedrunning people don't like me purely due to politics. They also don't like Burglar purely due to politics. Caleb Hart is somewhat due to politics. Also, people like Precious Roy and Sasori is my man. Clearly are politically divided, right? And maybe not like American traditional politics, but socially, politically, absolutely. There's clearly a political divider there. This one, I actually yeah, it's less political or even potentially not political, but I do think there's at least a political narrative by people like Rico, who are on one political side. I mean, he, him, pronouns in the bio. You already know he's politically charged. Pushing a political agenda in support of Me Too. And I think they the Me Too sexual harassment campaign, I actually think they even mentioned that, right? Yeah. It would be a huge disservice to the victims of sexual misconduct that have brought these stories. Yeah, so there is a political element. There's definitely a political element. And again, maybe it's not like pro-Biden political. I mean, like socially, a political element socially, where it's like you have these like extreme liberal values that are being shoved down the throats of every gaming community and gaming scene, and they're being shoved down your throat as a value, but it's not a value of me. I mean, for example, I said more than once, toxic behavior is okay, actually. In general, it's never okay. This is the wrong statement. There are situations where it is okay. It actually does help out certain situations. Like, it can be beneficial. In fact, I also don't think it's that big of a deal. In a lot of situations, I think toxic behavior is pretty much not an issue. I mean, this is toxic. This guy is being really toxic. This guy replies to all of my tweets and just flames me. He's a really toxic person. But I'm not going to criticize him for it. And in fact, I don't think it's even that of an issue. I think it's okay. I don't care. So this is about this attitude, this political attitude, that you're not allowed to be toxic under any circumstance. If you're accused of something, you're banned. I mean, what's his name? what's his name actually responded to me. Appreciate it a lot. Yeah, we got in contact him with over the past. My computer's breaking. We got in contact with him over the past couple of days and are discussing it. So Worcester got banned on the Octopath Traveler leaderboards for accusations that weren't proven. And then from what I understand, he actually proved his innocence. He was never underbanned. He was never unbanned, and they're trying to. So this is political. This is a political thing here. For example, the burglar ban, he was banned for being racist when he was having a political session. That was explicitly political. Yeah, another political thing is so one of these like social problems that I'm talking about regarding politics is that like there's becoming an extreme left and an extreme right, and so like the virus recently that's been going on, it's not political at all, but it's become political because if you're on the left, you think it's a huge health crisis. Nobody can go outside. Nobody should be talking. Nobody should make eye contact. You have to wear a mask 24/7. People are dying in the hospitals. This is like the worst health crisis ever. Where if you're on the right, it's like fake. It's like polar opposites. And if you don't at least slant into one of those directions, you get like ostracized politically. And I've actually experienced this on the conservative end. Like I'm pretty. I think the political dogma of the virus is like really weird, but originally the conservatives all thought the virus is a big issue, and we're trying to talk about it, and the liberals didn't care. And then once the government started backing the virus, everything flipped, which I guess makes sense, right? Because the conservatives like right now hate the government, and the liberals like love the government, so everything flipped, right? So at first I was like, well, I think that virus is a big deal. I was getting flack from conservatives for that. Like they didn't support me, so it's like, well, wait a minute. So I mean, even I've had flack for that. So, but it shouldn't be political. But there's this huge political divide. So you're seeing people who are really politically charged take these sides kind of implicitly. So like Rouge V is a good example, where I would not say Rouge V is like politically. I don't think he makes political content. I don't think he's ever talked about Trump in his life. But yeah, Rouge V is a guy that if you don't know who he is, he exists he does like pickup artist. He's a pickup artist, like professional, but he's kind of turned into just a like dating relationship expert. Out MGTOW. He's like Rouge V is like the iconic MGTOW. That's the best way to look at it. Yeah, MGTOWs are all conservative. All MGTOWs are conservative. Rouge V is highly conservative. Certain manga is conservative. You guys follow Kengan Ashura? You're conservative if you follow the manga. That's not true, but it's like that's how the political atmosphere has changed. And I think it's implicit. And there's a lot of counterexamples, but there's definitely oh, you're in New Zealand. Okay, maybe that would explain some of it. Yeah, there's a lot of them. It's definitely a thing, especially the election. Bernie can still win. Here's how Bernie can win. Just change history. I mean, hero of logic, just change history. That's how Bernie can still win. That's what these leaderboard moderators are trying to do. Actually, Vegas, too. For anybody that's not in America, politics wasn't that big in 2018 and 2019. Like, mostly nobody cared about politics. But it's an election year. So in America, in an election year, especially one of the more heated elections like ever, it's going to be a big deal. Like I can pretty much guarantee you, in 2022 and 2023, most people will not talk about politics, but these social politics, which I've been talking about and I've been criticizing a lot, people will be talking about the social creep of, hey, we need to ban this abuser from the leaderboards. Well, what did he abuse? He harassed me. He's also a racist, and I don't want to talk about it because I'm a victim. And like, okay, well, we'll ban him then. This social issue that's gonna be inclining. You need to get some pussy ASAP. You guys wonder why people think speedrunning is full of degenerate incels. This attitude is killing men's self-respect and women's self-esteem. The idea that you need to have as much casual, meaningless sexual intercourse to be respected in a respected in society has completely removed men's, women, and women's qualities. How about not qualities? How about I want to say God-given gifts. That's too cheesy. Voting is in 2 weeks. We have like a month. Yeah, I have months from now. Self-worth. No, because that's the same as appreciation. I just got up on the Cameron story. This is one of the weakest cases. Yeah, this is one of the weakest. I actually think this might be weaker than the burglar case. The only thing I'll agree with on this case, I think this case is less. Okay, let's scale it from 0 to 10 and how ridiculous somebody should be banned from a leaderboard. Torp is a 0. I think it's fair to ban. I think it's fair in context to ban Torp from a leaderboard if you support removing people from a leaderboard, which I don't support. But if you do support that, I think this is the guy. Like, okay, you found the guy. Burglar makes no sense, and also how it happened. Like, there was no write-up anywhere. There was no evidence. They actually deleted the possible evidence. They've deleted every forum thread about this. Like, they've just deleted everything. They refuse to address it. They refuse to talk about it. This is a 10. I think this is probably a 9 or an 8. The only reason I put it a 9 or an 8 is because they at least did a write-up. They at least did a write-up. There's no evidence, though. There's also tons of propaganda. So I would say, like, in some ways, this is way worse than the burglar thing because there's less evidence. Like, the burglar thing, we had implied evidence. There's no implied evidence for this even. Like, why did this guy get banned? Why did either one of these guys get banned? Yeah, it's super sad. How about self-worth? And oh, another 280 bomb, dude. Okay, do you see what I was saying about Precious Roy? I mean, you could even say this is harassment. And it's toxic as hell, but it's like, it's just how it is. I do think people are right to do that. I think this is a dummy account. We don't need to look at it then. So, well, I think you guys have any questions. I think this is probably a good time to end this segment. It's been 4 hours. It's a pretty fun segment. Pretty crazy this happened. I'm going to make a video on this, absolutely. I'm also going to make a, he's a bit, I don't think he's a bad person. Like, honestly, I don't think he's a bad person, but he's that kind of out there. He will definitely argue with you about politics. You don't like Twitter's character limit? I liked the 140 limit a lot. I was mad when they made 280, but I think it made sense, especially with the political nature. Like Twitter really capitalizes on politics on Twitter. Like, they make money off politics, so they promote politics heavily, and they support politics a lot. Like, they want people to argue about politics, so they did that on purpose for the political weirdos. But yeah, it was funnier when it was 140 because it was so much harder to argue with people. What you would do is either you would just write funny tweets usually. Now you can basically write whatever you want, and they also promote the threads. I mean, that's to promote politics, right? That's for these like weirdos to go and like, white men should not ever go into a McDonald's. Here's a thread why. Number 37. It's like, okay. Okay, this person's clearly mentally ill, and we're just going to exit the whole situation. But yeah, he's not contributing to the conversation. But yeah, I mean, I gotta get out of here. If you want to say more thing, if you guys want to say any last comments, feel free to comment in the chat. If you're watching this as a video, which I do keep all my streams on an unlisted playlist, if you're interested in watching this on YouTube, I keep them on an unlisted playlist. It's actually on my channel pretty visibly. You can find it very easily. It's also in the playlist section, so it's pretty easy to find. But you can check that out. If you're watching this video, make sure to subscribe, like, comment. If you're watching the stream and you're not subscribed, when you subscribe, you become an alpha gamer, and we're going to help solve this social issue in society of social justice and ego and forced outcome, which is bad. So make sure to subscribe if you do like the content, if you do like drama in general, because that's actually another aspect of the show is to just do drama in general. I'm going to be making a video on this. I got to go to bed, though. Honestly, I have a headache. I haven't eaten anything all day. I wake up at like midnight. My sleep got really fucked up the past week. My sleep got really fucked up this past week. That's part of the reason I haven't done anything, and I haven't made any videos. It's just like my sleep's been too disturbing. So evidence against Cameron is dubious. There's no way to know whether it happened. And at least in the context too. I mean, like I'm not entirely that guy that's gonna say it's fake because there's no evidence. But the context, like I mean, what is the context? That was the Captain Zach issue where Captain Zach claimed that Nairo molested him or whatever. He abused him, and everybody was like, okay, legitimate. But Captain Zach had severely lied in his pastement. And it was the context where in what he said, like he received $2,000 and he claimed that was hush money. And, you know, Nairo was being abusive with that. And a lot of people are like, wow, Nairo, you're a terrible person. That was a lie, though. That was not hush money. He did not receive that money for that reason. I don't remember why he received that money. It was completely unrelated. In fact, I think the reason Zach even received the money was unfair to Nairo or something. Or no, yeah, he specifically asked him for money or something. It was like not. It was just a lie. Another thing that was just completely left out was when Captain Zach molested Nairo when Nairo was asleep. Right? Well, wait a minute. Morally, Zach was completely in the wrong here. In fact, I think the only benefit that Zach had was that he was 15 years old. He was 15 years old, and so he got away scot-free. I think that's the only benefit that he really had here. He was pretty conscious of what was happening, and if he was 18, he was actually, he was the criminal. So, the context there was just completely falsified. And I think that's something that's, every single one of these pastebins without clear evidence, I question. Every single one. Tolkien's pastebin, I question. This one, I question. I even question Torp, the pastebin against Torp. I'm going to question that pastebin, except where there's clear evidence. I mean, how can I deny it, right? It's something that's nice about clear evidence. It's like impossible to deny. It's impossible to deny. So I'm still gonna question the pastebin because I think there's still propaganda in there. But it's like, well, wait a minute. Torp, you did explicitly say this. It explicitly happened. And I'm aware that the other party's creating a story, again, like creating, you know, they're even probably wrong in some of the story, but like, I just can't, it's impossible to defend. So yeah, that's why it's hard to like look at these and be like, oh yeah, it's totally legit. I can make a pastebin about any dude under a fake account, and you're gonna get banned. Make a pastebin about a Sonic runner, they'll get banned from Sonic because that's actually a precedent. They'll get banned in Sonic for allegations. They said for allegations you'll get banned in Sonic. It's not even if you did anything anymore. It's just simply if you're accused of something. I'm dead serious. I'm dead serious. Yeah, I mean, the moral of the story, guys, don't stick it in crazy, and in 2020, don't even talk to crazy. If somebody's nuts, don't talk to them. If a girl who's attractive, who gives you attention and she has issues, don't talk to her. And I mean, most Twitch streamers, most of these girl Twitch streamers, I'm gonna red pill you. You know, feel free to disagree with this. It's not drama. It's just reality. These female Twitch streamers, they get so much fucking attention. Well, what the fuck? You can edit this one? That's crazy. They get so much fucking attention from guys. It fucks up their reward systems. It's the same thing with porn. It fucks up your reward systems, and it's like from what I understand, they basically fail in life romantically, and then they become very resentful for this, and then they take it out. They take it out in men as they get older, and it's like it's just not good, or they're just insane in general. But I think that happens to men too, but it's different because most people who watch most women watch them because they're women. Most people who watch most men, it's not because they're men. But it does happen to men too. Like you will see guys get too much attention online and too much validation, and it drives them nuts. That's absolutely a thing. So I know people are gonna say that's a sexist comment. That's not true at all. Yeah, I mean, well, Z-Wing too, like Cameron didn't even know. He literally said after getting out of the shower, I found that I was kicked and banned from the community that I hold very dear. He doesn't. What the fuck? That like clearly, he's painting himself as a victim here. Clearly, maybe he's not. He's like, he's doing this intentionally to try to manipulate people, which would actually give this a lot of credence. But the facts of the matter. Yeah, I mean, like that's the thing I was saying earlier. Like I'm not even trying to defend the guy because it seems like I actually do think this is I do think this is a manipulative move. Yeah, I do think I don't know the guy, but I do think he's kind of he's trying to play people's emotions here. This is manipulative, but the facts of the matter is that the facts remain, right? The facts remain. Am I going to do an update? Yeah, if stuff comes out. I'm going to do an update on the Mega Man X stuff as well. And I'm going to do a general update in probably in a month. I'm going to do a general update on a lot of different things. I'm going to definitely do an update on the Mega Man X stuff. I think that's all. Yeah, we'll do it. Oh, right on. Yeah, just check out my YouTube channel. It's just on my YouTube channel. I actually try to do drama. If anybody who wants to subscribe. Yeah, just try to do drama on. So I used to do Pokemon videos, and they didn't do very well, so I just stopped doing them. I used to do these vlogs, which were fun, but they didn't do very well. So I started doing drama. So I did this guy had 1,200 views, by the way, so this is why I stopped doing these videos. Although this one got 1,800 views. But can you imagine if I did a video in this format? It would do really well. But yeah, this isn't drama. It's just porn crap. But yeah, here was drama. This is personal drama. Yeah, this video kind of flopped, but whatever. This story's not interesting. The thumbnail sucks, and then there's no narrative. There's no right-wing narrative I can spin, so this video didn't do well. But yeah, we're gonna do a video on this stuff, and then I've only made 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 videos. The last one really flopped. I mean, honestly flopped. So yeah, I'll see you guys later though. If you're a fan of drama, that's at least my my brand narrative. That's the brand narrative. That's the chosen brand. That's what we do. But I try to be as right wing as I can about it. So if you don't like that, that's fair. But yeah, I'll see you guys later.